Right, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order.
Seafood guy, you see the food and then you eat it.
Yeah, that's
We'll
what
call the
I'm,
meeting to order.
anyway.
As always, we open our meetings with a word of prayer.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing another day of opportunity in life. Just thank you for all that you've created. I want to thank you for the week of rain that we've had in the county. Just thank you so much for giving that, providing that to us. Dear Lord, I ask that you be with those that have lost loved ones, several in the community this week. Just ask that you put your comfort and your arms around them. Pray for the Booth family. And just give them comfort and strength as they're dealing with the loss of their father. Be with us as we conduct county business. Give us wisdom as we make decisions. And just let us do the best that we can. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Mr. Phillips, you want to do it, please? Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you'll check our quorum.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Welcome to our regular Board of Supervisors meeting. Mr. Phillips,
Here.
Mr. Cox,
Here.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Present.
Mr. Booth,
Here.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
We have
With that, we'll take a approval of our agenda. Does anybody have any additions? If not, the floor is open for the motion.
I'll move we approve as presented.
I'll second.
Right, to approve the agenda as presented. Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. Turman.
Yes. Move on down to the approval of disbursements. Anybody have any questions or comments?
I'll make a motion. I fell on the floor. I'll make a motion to approve the disbursements.
Second, if
Motion
you're ready.
second. Yeah,
All right, on the motion to approve the disbursement, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
yes. Next, we have the approval of the minutes for June the 23rd budget workshop and June the 23rd meeting that night. We can take them both together.
I'll make a motion to approve both sets of meeting minutes.
I'll second.
All right, on the motion to approve the minutes for 6/23. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a second,
My apologies.
I'm sorry. We did approve that with Billy, didn't we, moving forward? Billy Newcomb.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay,
Is there a motion?
well,
Oh, yeah.
there's not at the end of the presentation, so somewhere,
You know what? I don't think we
No.
actually did.
We didn't.
but we need to, don't
Yes, we
we?
do,
Yeah.
because he's waiting on,
Yeah, okay. That's why I was asking, so.
thank you, Mr. Booth.
I'm done with that discussion. But I think we're going to amend the agenda.
Go ahead. All right, on the motion to approve the minutes for 6/23, which was a regular board meeting and a budget workshop, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
And if it's appropriate, I would make a motion, if we can bring the subject back up, I would make a motion that we add the, how do I need to put that?
Yeah,
Well,
let's see.
we need to add that to the, agenda at some point.
Approval of the
It's solid waste monitoring.
Yeah,
Yeah,
solid
management
waste
plan.
monitoring.
If everybody was
in-
here, we could go ahead and do it now.
Proposal of environmental services
I
fiscal
think we
year.
have to add it first,
That's what I mean, after we get.
after we get it, yeah. So I'd make a motion to add that to the agenda.
I'm gonna add it under old business.
I'll second.
Yeah.
No.
Dr. Crummer? Oh, we got to vote, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Did you?
I'll second.
Motion?
Was
You
on
made the
roll.
motion.
I made
Yeah,
the
you made the motion.
Sorry
I
about
think
that.
Levi second.
All right,
Levi
on the
seconded.
motion to amend the agenda, adding 11B for the proposal of environmental services fiscal year ending 2027 through TRC. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes. There you go. We was right on time, I was so,
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
A lot of updates. It's kind of, I won't say the calm before the storm because we are not calm over there, but as we're preparing, but it is a little slower. We do not have a meeting in July, so we have 2 meetings in June. Our last meeting was June 29th, where the board just approved policy revisions, federal program applications, and end-of-year financials. And so then our attention is turned to preparing for August, which is very quickly approaching. We doing lots of maintenance projects, repairing, painting the tennis courts is something you'll probably see going on. We filling up cracks and giving them a good coat of paint. Some pipes at the high school with the old heating system, kind of the washers wear out and they have to be replaced, and that takes a lot of time and open ceiling, so it's good to get done when the students aren't there. Lots of floor cleaning and just cleaning in general. Our custodians are doing a wonderful job, and we are anxiously awaiting everybody's return. Some more construction, our school health clinic through a grant with Tri-Area, paying to kind of refurbish the annex at Floyd Elementary into a school-based health clinic. That construction, we toured it last week. It's coming along beautifully and should be ready by the week of July 20th is what they're hoping. And so that will allow a nurse practitioner and a counselor there on site to see our students and staff 12 months out of the year. So we're really excited about that. And then we'll kick off really starting the last of July. The July 30th is our big summer professional development event that we host at the high school. We even have teachers coming from outside the division to attend that. And then we bring our new teachers back August 4th and 5th. Everybody comes back the 6th. Open house is the 10th, and then we open doors for students on the 12th. So lots to get done before then, but it's an exciting time, one of my favorite times of the year, back to school. So happy to entertain any questions or,
so maybe I could just close this.
yes, it does seem like that.
Does anybody have any
Well,
comments, questions?
I think y'all doing a great job. I just want you to make sure, please pass that on to the school board too.
I certainly will.
You mentioned heat and air units, they're still functioning. We won't say
As of
anymore.
this morning, yes, sir.
Have you looked at a long-range plan maybe to not work, do them all at one time, but start back in?
Yes, actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. That was another thing I wanted to let you know, the capital improvement plan that we're working on. The assessment should finish next week. And then they're gonna come up with a report. I don't know how long it will take, probably a while because they're doing a pretty thorough job. And then they'll present a report of kind of priority needs that hopefully we can have a schedule then to start knocking out some of the HVAC and asphalt needs that we have.
Well, I hate to mention it, but I had a Pacific complaint up in front of the high school, so.
Yeah,
just-
I complain about it too, so.
I'm sure you're
Yeah.
aware of it,
Yes,
so I told
yes.
them I would bring it up. but-
I appreciate that. And we appreciate all the help. This has been a very long budget season, but I'm glad that we finally have a budget and we're not operating under a skinny budget like a couple of years ago, and we can all start to move forward maybe.
Well, those heat units have been there quite a while. And if we can get them, 5 or 10 at a time or whatever, it. I'm sure it'll be more than that at a time, but
Well, I don't know, the three on the new gym are, when we checked 3 years ago, were $800-some thousand.
well,
And they're approaching 25 years old,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
well, like I said, I'm afraid it's gonna be more than 3 to 5 at a time, but we have to start somewhere. And start with the ones that, I'm sure maintenance staff has kept a record and
Yeah.
everything, so they know the ones that gave them the most trouble. And, 'cause August, I'm afraid it's gonna be just as hot as July, and we wanna make sure those things are working, and then with winter coming, the other half, so. That's all I had there.
I just wanted to thank you personally, you and Darren, the budget process, it was challenging. But from the beginning, right up until, midnight, just the communication and how we, work together to be successful, I really appreciate it.
Right back at you. It's something I know from my colleagues, it's not everywhere, so, it's good to have that here.
Absolutely.
Well, people need to know it wasn't because of anything y'all done, it's because the state was so
Yeah.
deficient in what they should
Yep.
have. I mean, that's ridiculous to hold a budget up like that for nothing.
And as I said, there's things in both budgets that different people have problems with, but overall, I think the school budget and the county budget is one of the best we've put together.
Oh, wow.
I mean, really.
I think so. I'm tickled to death. The staff are too. I mean, I've never seen staff so grateful for a budget process as this year. And I hope that some of that is trickled to you.
It has.
I was just gonna ask, coming up, just since we had Dr. Crum here, but coming up and later on the agenda, we've got the resolution to seek sales tax referendum.
Mhm.
So dealing with the schools,
Correct,
so that is something new that we're looking at, right?
correct.
Okay.
That came down within this, if I may, that came down in this budget from the state, the opportunity for localities to do a 1% on sales tax,
Right.
not real estate, sales
Right,
tax.
sales tax.
And that resolution that's on the agenda would be for, if you guys wanted to, is to allow Steve to move forward, because it would be on November's election.
Right.
So he would have to go to circuit court and get that
The
on
county
there.
would get a chance to vote on that.
That is correct. So it would be, the county would, the community would vote on it, and then you guys would have to turn around, if passed, do an ordinance to make that happen, and then that 1% would be designated
That would just be sales tax
for
in the
capital
county.
improvement
Yes.
for the
So
school.
would the town have to do the same thing for sales tax in the town? Or is that
No,
just sales tax in the county and town, or just for the county?
county,
Okay.
And the way I understand it, it's not on food or perishables like that,
No.
it's just on
merchandise,
merchandise.
tangible,
Not food or medicine, I believe.
correct.
Medical,
Okay.
I think medical and food is both off,
So that, I mean, at the end of the day, in the county, that's not gonna be a very big,
It's not gonna be a lot, it's not gonna be a huge,
Yeah.
but,
Every little bit helps.
yeah.
Yeah.
Pave a parking lot.
Yeah, see the parking
But it
lot.
doesn't, I mean, it's probably a discussion for a later time, but it doesn't involve the town, the sales tax for the town wouldn't apply then.
I guess, I don't know, I'd have to go back and read the legislation, but they might have the option, they could do it
Possibly.
if they chose to, but.
I just wondered. I just
And
thought
I
I'd
can-
bring it up while you were here.
I could follow up with Steve.
Yeah.
From what I don't believe so, but I'll follow up, maybe there's something that I missed.
Usually if there's dual ones, what we do is separate from what the
Right,
town.
right.
Mhm.
I just felt like that would be a bigger opportunity
It would,
here in this municipality.
correct.
Town seems like they have a better sales tax than what the county would have.
It all depends.
Go ahead.
With the artisans and everything, I don't know. It
Cause
depends.
it's not on food.
Yeah, it ain't on food, so. But and then the last question I had was,
Everything looking good on the staffing perspective,
Yes, we're,
pretty full.
we are almost 100%. I got two that are getting back to me this week, so
Good.
teacher wise, we're good. Always need substitutes and have a couple of instructional assistants still to fill, but everything else is looking
Very
good.
good.
What about bus driver?
I think we're good on there.
Really?
We're good on there.
That's been good.
We're just gonna keep them healthy.
Yeah.
We just gotta get them some better buses to.
Yep. So we're gonna have an order coming for 3, so.
Yeah. That's always been a thing with me, you know. These roads is rough on them buses.
Yeah.
So, I think Mr. Phillips said something.
Yeah, there's a couple things up in the valley that came up, and I don't really want to bring them up in here, but can I meet with you one day next week at your office and sit down and talk with you about it?
Sure, yeah, just
Okay,
give me a call and set up a time,
Okay.
or email me and we'll look
Okay.
at what I got going on.
all right, sounds good.
I still haven't gotten in touch with the guy about the heating and air curriculum. You know, I brought you up
Yes, for
between
apprenticeships.
time and his business, it's hard to
I'm
get a
sure
hold
he
of him.
stays busy.
So, yeah.
Yeah, just have him reach out. We'd be glad to
There you go.
get some apprentice stuff.
Anything we can do to help our kids out, we do it. So,
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Appreciate you.
Have a good day.
Take care.
she's got a good demeanor for all the stuff she has to do.
Sure does.
I'd have pulled my hair out, but no.
David, you ain't the only one. So,
Good morning.
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 For our VDOT update, we are talking about the end of the fiscal year, so finish that up in June, trying to stay within our budget. So we're doing a bit of everything, trying to machine gravel roads, but it's been tough with the weather. We're very glad for the rain this last week. That's gonna help us out on a lot of that. But warm, dry weather is also good for pothole patching, so we've been doing a lot of pothole patching, staying ahead of the schedule, trying to get as much of 221 as we can. We did do Indian Valley Union School, Canning Factory, patched also Bethlehem Church, Dallas Hollow. Did a few pipe replacement, fairly decent sized one on New Haven, got the pipe on Haycock.
Good.
We had a crew spending some of our safety money fixing up some sidewalk in town, some shoulder repair on Christiansburg Pike, 615, and the gravel roads. And then our 6-year plan project is Firehouse. It's moving along. It's going to be a while, but right now we've got it through traffic closed for some pipe replacements that had to be done, but all local people can get to their house. It's gonna be fun. A few more days. There's 3 major pipes that need to be replaced in the Firehouse, and that's moving along. We'll finish this construction season. That's it. That's what we've been working on. Like I said, finishing up the fiscal year, trying to stay within our budget. And, now we got a new budget, we gotta stay within it too, so we gotta make it last till through next June.
Let's start down here with Walker this time.
All right.
I got a list here, that's actually very helpful.
Yeah, well, that come in late yesterday evening. I had some other stuff, but I went ahead and typed that up because I didn't want to mention all that stuff.
No, it's good.
We'd been up here for a while.
Sure, yeah.
I want to start with some of the things that I've been talking to you about before. I asked you here the last couple of months about surface treating Horse Ridge, also part of Max Mountain, and also paving or doing something down on the 787 going from Horse Ridge down to Montgomery County. What have y'all decided on any of that? Anything at all?
We're doing most of our patching now ahead of whatever schedule work. You know, when we have an overlay schedule coming in, that has to be patched before the contractor can come in and overlay. So we're making sure we have all of that. We're close to that, and like I said, we're trying to finish up our fiscal year within budget. But we'll be doing more patching on roads that aren't on the schedule here coming up in the next few months.
Right. Well, is Horse Ridge and Max Mountain on the schedule to
I
be
don't think
surface
those are on
treated?
the current overlay schedule. They'll have to be done just by VDOT crew and come out of our maintenance budget.
Well, Brian Walters, is that his name?
Walker.
Walker. Back in May of last year, he assured me that he would be on the 2027 schedule for Horse Ridge and Max Mountain.
27?
The 2027, yeah, the 2027 schedule.
Yeah.
That started into this July.
Well, the 27 schedule will be done in the summer of 27. We're working on the summer 26 schedule.
Oh, I thought y'all's changed with,
The fiscal year changes, but the contract spans the fiscal year.
so it'll be after the first of the year. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it'll be,
Okay.
it's on the 27 schedule, that means it'll start, when it's whenever the contractor chooses to start, sometimes it's April, sometimes
Right.
they're not there till the summer.
Okay.
But he said, which ones were?
It was Horse Ridge and Max Mountain is what he told me would be done.
I'll double check on it.
Okay. And also, 787 from Horse Ridge, I've asked you about that a couple times because a lot of that going down through there is pretty bad. Not all of it,
Yeah.
but some of it. So check on that for me also. I'm gonna go back to Indian Springs here. I know the gentleman that lives there is sitting back here, but we've asked you probably from the first of the year about moving that in-state maintenance sign down to the end of the cul-de-sac.
Mhm.
What have you come up with that?
It's, right now, as far as we can tell, it's where it should be. I can't just move an in-state maintenance sign.
So
If I
the,
could, I'd shorten a lot of roads.
well, I mean,
Make that maintenance money go further, wouldn't it?
well,
But it's, I just can't. It's
Yeah.
either be that maintained or it's not.
yeah,
And if it's not, then I don't know if there's a process to bring a unpaved road in as, a new VDOT road.
mhm. Well, I mean, I reckon what concerns me is those three homes and the business that lives past that. And VDOT has taken the motor grader and they're actually gotta go down to that section to actually turn around and come back to maintain the road that they're on. So, I mean, that's why I'm asking about that
Yeah.
again.
And we might be able, I'll see if we can do something short of a right-of-way and an extension of the road. If there's a legitimate maintenance easement, we'd still have to get it in some kind of an easement or right-of-way.
Okay,
Can't just go on private property and maintain a road.
okay. Down on Allen Ridge, we've had a couple bad accidents down there. Well, I think one there at Duncan's Chapel was pretty serious here a while back, but we also had another one down there the other side of White Rock. And some of the residents has reached out to ask that they could maybe lower the speed limit down through there. They said that they're actually passing on double lines. They're when there's nobody in front of them, they're going pretty fast. Not that they have radar or anything, but a lot of times you can tell that they're going faster than what they should. But if there's something that could be done in that area, I'm gonna reach out to Brian with the sheriff's department, see if they can put somebody out there every now and then on that also right in there.
Okay.
So,
Is that in the section that was rebuilt?
yeah, it is, yes.
Which was generally what happens, you widen it out, and people feel like
Yeah.
they're going faster. But I don't think a speed study was ever done in conjunction with that line.
Okay. That brings us to Firehouse Road. I know y'all, these people that lives there for the past 16 years has been asking y'all, or probably a little more than 16 years, been asking y'all to do that, and y'all agreed to do it. And I think when you and I rode around in May of last year, you told me that it could be done even if people did not sign off on it. Now, y'all decided not to do the 3/10 of a mile from Easy Drive back towards 221, that end down there. And part of it was because I think you told me that there was, those people that owned the property did not sign. That property has been sold. I have spoken with the gentleman that has bought it personally. He has assured me that if VDOT would reach out to him, that they would sign for it to go ahead and be done. I do understand that the moving of the equipment that is there now would cost a big expense and then have to turn around and move it back. It would be nice to get it done while it's there. I know the lady that the equipment is being parked on told me that she wasn't even sure that she could be able to let them use it the next time because of the hay. They're losing, that portion of the hay, and we've had a drought this year anyway. So, I mean, I understand what you told me, that they was going to wait till next year to try to do it, but sometimes those next years don't get here. And it gets put off and put off and put off. So, I reckon what I'm asking is that it go ahead and be done while you got the equipment there. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Allegheny Construction would be more than willing to, go ahead and do it while they're there. I mean, I'm sure just.
Probably not for the same price that they're.
Well, not with what they've already got in the budget for now.
Exactly.
But, I mean, it'd have to be added to it.
Well, and that's why we can't do it under that contract. The contract is the contract, it's got to end. When they're done with that contract, we would look at letting another contract. If we get another contractor done by VDOT, or succeeded the remaining part. And some of that is not just a little bit of right of way on the sides. We've done the drainage work in there will require some pretty decent sized pipe and taking water down to a natural water course, a stream. So we're gonna have to get not just right of way on the side, we're gonna have to get an easement. So, but I mean, if the property owner is motivated to have that, the rest of that done, and will sign not just the right of way on the edge of the road, but also an easement, it can be a project that can be completed at some point, but through the 6-year plan process.
No way.
Well, he will sign, but what bothers me is he also mentioned to me that he might sell some lots off of the front of that.
Mm-hmm.
So if he signs now and he turns around and sells some of those lots, then it's a possibility that new people might not want to sign.
True.
So then you get into another situation like we in now. Right now, he will sign and we could get it done.
We can work on right of way, we can do right of way at any time. We've done that before where we had right of way, and now we've got the right of way, so any future transactions,
Right.
we would already have the right of way.
Well, I'm going to text you the gentleman's name and number,
That'd be great, yeah.
and that way you can get in touch with him. There's some roads, I'm gonna go off of that subject onto something else. There's some roads in the valley that needs patching. Indian Valley PO Road, I reckon it's motorcycle riders that has went through there and took white paint and circled the bad spots. Indian Valley PO Road is really bad, out towards North Hill. It's a safety concern really for these bikers, because they do a lot of them ride back through there. There is one pothole there on 787, between the firehouse and the school that somebody's painted a circle around. And I do appreciate, I want these bikers to know that I do appreciate you marking these, because it is a safety concern for these people riding motorcycles when you hit these potholes. I mean, because it really helps them out, and I do appreciate that. Right across from the Station 4 EMS building, the lady that lives up on the bank there, and I brought this up last month, and she reached out to me again this time. The edge of the road is, I reckon where these trucks and trailers and all come around through there, them trailers runs off onto the shoulder, and it digs down in there when you get into the dirt and mixes it, and it's tore a big chunk out, and she's filled that in with gravel. And a lot of times when they come back through there, it kicks those gravels out into the road, which another concern about the bikers. And I think that a couple of bikers have stopped and fussed at her because of the stuff that's thrown out there. In your patching process, could y'all patch that little section right there on the shoulder where she's having to put those gravels in there?
That's on Post Office Road?
It's on PO Road, and it's right straight across from Max Mountain, on the opposite side of the road right there.
The EMS station there.
And I reached out to the guy at Camp 5 up here the other day. Down at Homestead, y'all have a right-of-way that takes to the right down the driveway there. Do you know where I'm talking about? Off of 787, Homestead goes out through there. As soon as you turn on the Homestead, there's a little driveway that goes down, but it's state maintained part way down, and it's washed out real bad. And I'm not sure whether he's gotten to that or not, but I did reach out to him, and I'm hoping that he has. And one more thing, add Merrifield to grading on that other sheet, and
Okay.
I'm gonna turn it back over to y'all. Oh, one more thing before y'all go. Hey, if you don't mind, if you got a few minutes, there's people here that would like to discuss Firehouse to the board. If you would wait and listen to what they got to say, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. And I'll take notes on that, but I gotta remind you that,
I
not that it
understand.
matters to you, Paul, but, cause we're all just UDOT, but, I have very little control now that it's under a contract and a construction project. I can certainly have influence on
Okay,
the people in charge of that project,
okay.
or I think I can.
Next.
Alright, good morning. I've got just two maintenance requests and then a big thank you. Maintenance request, Eames Road, gravel road. That might be between
Both of
you
us,
there,
yeah.
but I had a complaint that, now they were appreciative that the gravel got delivered, but it was just, they delivered it in sort of deep in areas.
Mhm.
So two-wheel drive pickup truck comes through, it sort of has a tendency to spin it up a little bit, so maybe somebody could go through and level that out just a little bit more. And then Goose Creek, this was a week or two ago before the rain, but they had made a complaint about some potholes and stuff down through Goose Creek. But then the big thank you I wanted to do was, I've been harping on you there for a little while, on 221 going towards Roanoke. The other night I was watching some boxing, and I said, I bet David Clark feels like one of these guys when they come out of the boxing ring. He's gonna go 5 rounds every time he comes in here. But I wanted to just tell you, I do appreciate, I think it was maybe, is it Norwood?
Yeah, it's our contract.
Yeah, man,
They're good guys.
I think they do a great job.
They're the best now.
Yeah.
They are the
And,
best.
they have really took care of some of them bad spots. It's not the complete overlay like we were hoping, but man, it is way better than what it has
Yeah.
been. So any influence you had on getting all that done, I'm extremely thankful for that, and I appreciate that.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. That's all I got.
Again, thank you for the work on the sidewalks in town. I'm sure the gentleman with the mobile vehicle is especially appreciative. Maybe he won't get hung up there again, but they did a great job, worked with the businesses and everything, so you couldn't ask for better on that. Went back out on Penn Road, that was great, all the work done there. I'm gonna save the best one for last. Old Mill Road, do you know, and I apologize, I haven't been back down there, but we had that culvert at the end. Do you know if they got back down there and opened that
I'd
spillway?
like to see if they,
Could you check and see if they have, cause if not, it's still running down on
Yeah.
705 Beaver Creek. And it's easy to find now, cause it's right across from where APCO put the new poles in. That bank for the last 3 or 4 years has been washing out. Somebody scraped it out of the road, but the ditch hasn't been cleaned out. So every time something falls, it's immediately in the road. Somebody recently, before APCO came through, come down and scraped that hump out of the road, but I noticed it's coming back. If we could get that ditch on that side of the road, I think that would help. At least that would catch it 1 year, and then
Yeah.
next year we're back again.
that's why they call it maintenance.
Till we do something on that bank better, it's not going to. Fox Street.
Yeah.
Our favorite discussion. Were you able to send that picture that, I emailed you a picture?
Did I send it to you? I don't
I've
think
never
so.
seen a picture.
Okay. Anyway,
I'm sorry.
the homeowner that's having trouble with all the water on him, he suggested that, well, first of all, going back to Chris and them, they were supposed to come back out and work the ditch out better up there, where somebody took a shovel and dug out.
Mhm.
They were actually supposed to work the ditch out there to try and catch that water. The homeowners suggested, and I don't disagree, since the surface water is not going in the inlet like it should, in front of that driveway across from them, if it could be a great drain put into that inlet, it would catch a lot of that water and stop flooding his house. Now, I know that's an additional project, and I'm not sure, well, we'll just have to see. Could you check on that and,
I'm gonna send it to him right now.
oh, okay. Water coming around there just, I mean, this guy's talking about buying sandbags and just sandbagging his property, it's bad. And it was bad enough prior to that sidewalk going in. I know you weren't the engineer on that sidewalk, whoever it was missed the boat totally. And I don't know how to fix it other than, you know, without a major tear out, and I'm not prepared to do that yet. Not with the secondary roads I have. If we could do something there to help catch that water and get it in that inlet, I think that would help tremendously. But we could get that ditch done up there where Fox enters Penn Avenue in town, that ditch around there, and then do something to get it to where the water goes into, well, it runs down there and then it comes off. And there's a lot of water that comes off that driveway too, which, you know, but about the only thing I can think of would be kinda like we did at some of these crosswalks, you know, did a little drain and shot it in it, except this one's gonna be bigger, of course, but if we could look at that, see if you could figure something out on that. And like I said, I saved the best for last. I'm getting pushed again and more for that turn lane at 7:30 on Route 8. Could we look into that? And I know that's federal money, or primary money, but could we look into that? Because I know there's been a couple of very near misses. That dump truck incident's what really brought it to everybody's attention again, when luckily he was able to get in the guardrail instead of something else happening. But I mean, I'm pretty sure the right of way's there. It's just a matter of alignment, and there may be a bank that has to be taken off.
You're about the left over there, correct?
Yeah, coming from Floyd, and I know what they're gonna say in Salem, you know, well, you know, you got that sight distance, and most of the accidents have been human error, but let's face the facts, all accidents are human error. And
You just don't have to
Well,
pay such a high price for it.
and if one of them tells me again, well, there hadn't been a fatality, I'm gonna wring their neck down there. They need to change their terminology, because that's what we're trying to, you know, we don't want to happen. I don't want it to be where there's a fatality, then we do something. It's bad enough the number of accidents that's took place since this was first brought up in 1992 there. So maybe we could see you, and I know it won't be in the next year or this year, but we could look a little to the future and see what maybe funding's out there. Maybe get some of them out of Salem to come up and say, all right, you know, because to do it, part of the road's gonna have to be realigned, and we don't want to get into what we got into over here at the school. But, you know, that's why I say part of that bank may have to be taken off there. But I believe I believe that's one of the sections there that Madison Marie got wide right of way when he was talking about double laning back in the 70s. So I think the right of way's there. Now, how it lines up, I'll leave that to y'all, but if we could look at and start looking into that.
Okay.
And just please pass on, thank everybody. I know they're brush cutting, and I know they're mowing, I know they're pothole fixing, and now they're gonna be milling roads after the rain, so just pass the appreciation on to all the gang. I mean, they're doing the best they can. They really are, and they don't get much recognition for it, so. That's all. I don't even have one more thing.
So I've had a lot of people ask me, text me and reach out to me as a personal message. Where is all that gravel that's at our old dumpster site on Route 8 going? That is what they are asking. And what was it going to be used for?
I asked the same question. So why do we have much of gravel?
Yeah.
I can tell you this much stuff, a lot of it's gone into 5-gallon buckets.
That's what I was thinking
You
too.
see them trails down the middle? That's,
You know they don't.
Well, that would be a federal offense.
I don't
Because
know
that money
nothing.
is for, that
Right.
material is for the Blue Ridge Parkway.
I'll pull the
Oh,
sergeant
it's
Schultz.
the Parkway gravel?
We're allowing the parkway to stockpile.
Okay, so that's for,
When they do some work.
so they're
It's a long
going,
way, but
huh?
it's a long way to.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's the only place they've got, really.
So that's what
Okay.
that's for.
Okay, all right, well, there you go, so inquiring
I
minds,
had the
there's
same
your
question. I
answer.
said, that's a lot of stuff.
It is a lot of gravel,
It is a lot.
Huh?
That's a whole lot.
yeah,
Well,
They need to use this in
yeah,
Bring
Yeah.
to Franklin Pike.
yeah, that was gonna be one of my, so there's a couple of, first I wanna thank you for the work on Sandy Flats at that area that Chip had come in and talked about to you a lot. It appears that you put, now I haven't gone since all the rain, so I would like to check that out, but a very big thank you to our in-house unit for working that, rolling it, and it really did a great job. So hopefully with this last rain, it
Yeah,
did,
it'll last for a while.
hopefully it will, cause it's Shooting Creek gravel and it will really, take care of it, so hopefully that'll work, so thank you on that. Franklin Pike has a number of, throughout the whole way, there's some potholes that are developing and they're getting kind of serious, so if you could check on Franklin Pike. Also Coles Knob is still having issues with, unless you got to it. There were some potholes that would swallow an axle, they said. So please definitely check on Coles Knob. And then also check on Laurel Creek, with these heavy rains that normally will have an issue, and we did get some in the west central part of the county, some pretty good heavy rains. Thank all the crews for the job they're doing. I know that mowing is gonna start in earnest. Appreciate Dobbins Hollow, they ran out and they've left a couple of holes, so if they could revisit, that would be great. There's one as you come off of Christiansburg Pike that is in a curve and it's really a bad one, so you either have to go up almost on somebody's grass or in the other lane, and that's never advisable on any road in any part of this county. And as we were discussing what Supervisor Phillips brought up, if something like that happens, and I think you answered it, but I just want clarity, if you finish a project, does that now then have to be reinserted back onto the 6-year plan?
Yes.
So if that rest of that way, then it would have to be brought up again on the 6-year road plan.
Similar to how we're doing Hope Road. Hope
Right.
Road's a little bit different
Correct.
because we had always planned on doing that.
Right.
Not always, but that was done. That was done by contractor also,
Yeah,
so.
yeah, not in-house,
Yeah.
right, okay,
We can't do any more than what's on the contract.
correct, I understand that, and that's just what I wanted
So,
to,
yeah.
just from a parliamentary kind of
Yeah.
process.
And it'll generate an estimate and then we'll choose where.
Right.
and as it worked out, Hope Road's been done under 3 stages, the
Yeah, that's
original.
true.
Right.
You
A
know.
long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a while. And I guess that's it. Yeah, just appreciate all the work everybody's been doing. I echo Levi's sentiment about 221. I know we kind of pushed on that a little bit, but from the point of view of this is where people come into our county,
Yeah.
it's really important. And thank everybody for all the work they're doing. Do you have one more thing?
No.
Thank you, David.
Don't you wish you had a magic wand?
Yeah.
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 I've tried to explain to people, like we're doing this morning, they bring our concerns to us. You're our whipping post, we pass it on to you. Our end of it's done, you take it, pass it up the food chain to wherever it needs to go, your end's done, and we cannot stand there with a shotgun and make him do the work.
And maintenance, as you all know, just, being homeowners or whatever, it's all about choices. You got more than you can do in a month, and so whatever you choose to do, you're choosing to not do something else.
Right,
It's just the
exactly.
way it is.
And, on Firehouse, it's been on 6-year road plan ever since I've been on the board, 15 years.
Yeah.
But we've had to deal with the EPA, right-of-ways, all this other stuff, that's set it back. It just takes time to get, and then the money part of it, construction. And, it's, people don't realize it's how big a wheel it is, to get something done. And I really appreciate what y'all do, I really do. You got more patience than I've got. But anyway,
One more thing there when you get that.
okay. Where there's an action, there's a reaction. We've been dry, so they allowed the grass to grow up in our side ditches. So now it started raining, and the water can't get through the grass, so it's coming out in the roads. So there's a lot of secondary roads that really needs a motor grader to clean out the side ditches. I was noticing up my road that every now and then I'll drop a tractor wheel off and clean it out, but that didn't even work this time. There's too much grass in it. This way, which I am more than thankful for this rain, but some of it comes so fast that it really gutted out some of the roads around in my area, if you look at them. Some of these roads I've rode on, I feel sorry for y'all this winter, because I've never seen tree canopies come out over the road like they have this year.
They've had, yeah.
And I tell you what, we get a lot of heavy snow or ice. Y'all are going,
Yeah.
really be busy, cleaning roads out. But like I say, and I started bringing this up at our District 6 or District 10 meeting the other day. I didn't get an opportunity to. And when we went to Richmond and talked to the Secretary of Transportation, I brought it up to them. It's always stuck in my craw that they use fatalities for roads. That needs to be took out. Like Jerry said, that's the opposite. I'd rather be progressive than reactive. And just like it's in Montgomery County, me and Linda both brought this up for years, from county line to Camp Currybrook.
Another accident.
We had 5 or 6 fatalities last year on that stretch of road. If you get 4 inches of snow or some ice, the road's shut down. So, that really needs to be taken care of. And I'm sure they can do studies on how many fatalities, but accidents has been in a certain section. And then figure out what's causing them. And they could check with state police and see what sections that they have the most accidents and why they thought the accident happened, other than people just driving too fast. They could do studies and maybe do and I know it's above you, it's in Richmond.
We have a couple projects, safety projects
Right.
scheduled on Route 8. They're not, they're kind of general safety. The directive was just kind of general safety, and we've got them in 2 sections. And Public Transportation Board member, Dr. Ray Smoot, was instrumental in giving some of that. But we're looking at 2 different sections, kind of north of, let's say Meadow Creek, and then south, north of it, or minor. North of it, it's turn lanes, but south of it is the alignment, the shoulders, and doing something like that. And that's the section we're gonna look at.
Right.
For the money that we have earmarked for the southern half, is the part between basically Camp Gearsburg down
County line.
to the bridge.
The bridge.
I sure hope you can get something done in
Yeah.
that section.
That's in the works.
There was just another accident there
Was
2
it
days ago.
But the big thing is you gotta get the Montgomery County Board of Supervisors to sign off on any major projects through that section.
Yeah, but they've been pretty fun.
Well, they have, but
But yeah, you're dealing with a lot.
Well, in years past, we brought it up to them,
Right,
try to work with them,
sure.
and, they busy too. I know they got their projects, but,
well, I think
like I
they're-
say, just, machining the roads and, cleaning out our side ditches is.
one year there, the board was associated with, we were talking about even shaving off some of our funds. This is back when we had our secondary roads in better shape. We were talking about taking some of our funds and shifting them. They had other priorities at the time, so.
The way the road money is now, you can't share.
No,
Right.
there's nothing to share.
Yeah, but appreciate everything you do.
Yeah, this is down in Jerry's area. I was in Wheels Ridge there the other day, and they was concerned about when these tractor and trailers come out of Lumber Lane on the Route 8, on the Floyd end, Jerry, you wanna talk about? Coming from Montgomery County, the vehicles coming from Montgomery County, you don't really have enough time to make it out there before they're up on top of you. You understand what I'm saying?
Both ways.
But, well, Floyd ain't as bad, but he's right both ways. Is there a way that we could put truck entering highway sign at both ends right there to where, let people know, to where we won't end up with an accident?
I was thinking at
Definitely.
one time there was signs there.
There may be, I'll check. Sometimes we need to just refresh the signs so they make it better and more visible now. But I'll have them look at it. They
Okay.
may have a couple options.
You've been talking about that.
No offense to Jerry, but that area's been of more concern to me than, that turning lane. Because you coming off of Wheels Ridge Road, it's bad coming off there.
Yeah, it's like this.
Plus you got both ends
On
of
the
it.
top of that,
Yeah.
And one of them instances where I talked to him, he went up, they shut it down. I've been trying to get it 45 mile an hour through there down to Gallimore Lane for years for that very reason.
Yeah.
They just, not enough accidents and no fatalities, and so it wasn't eligible. And, one thing I did forget, if you're done.
I got one more thing to say. David, the people of Indian Valley wanna thank you. Appreciate the lines, the surface
Yeah.
treatment you've done back there, the patching you've done, the grading. Heed Road back there, you got it back
So I forgot to
open.
mention that, yeah, Sumter and Hicks.
Also Sumter there,
Yeah.
they 100% grateful for everything you've done for us, and so am I. We appreciate everything
I
you've
will.
done.
That was a big project. We
I
got major
know
rain.
it
Sumter and Hicks tore everything out.
It was a bad washout, yes.
And this
We do
is
appreciate it.
just a reminder, the 35 mile an hour signs in that zone on Beaver Creek there at the church.
Mhm.
I talked to you and you talked
Oh,
about
yeah.
trying to get them
Trying
put
to
up,
get them to-
about half.
additional ones.
additional ones
Yeah.
about halfway, just to remind everybody that that is a 35 mile an hour zone.
You put up 100 signs until people starts reading them and not worth nothing.
Well, the sheriff's office has, they've been on top of it over there, they haven't got everybody, but I've seen them with several people pulled over through there, that they have got where they watch that area, so, but.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for everything, sir.
Huh? We didn't expect them, so.
I'll start with this before I show my slides. So, on the homepage of the website now, we do have it scrolling through images. So, to show off the beauty of the county. So, not just the town, but the county itself. So, I want to collect more images and change them out occasionally, just so that we actually do have some like variance, because there is a lot of like stuff that I would love the entire county to be represented. But so So I've been working on the redesign of the county website. So from this homepage, I can step up here.
Yeah.
So the redesign work I've done on the homepage has been primarily finding what people have been trying to essentially common places people want to go to on the website, such as ordinances, the GIS map, the agenda and minutes, our visitors tourism, department pages, RFPs, and also our careers page, as well as just give it a more modern look. Another change that I've also made to the homepage is actually, sorry, I thought I was a little I was getting a little ahead of myself on my slides. I've redesigned the departments menu, so now it's broken up so that now we have instead of it just being like a drop down menu that has just department after department after department, it's now kind of broken up into sections. Kind of makes the design a little easier on just viewing, as well as the addition of a how do I section. So common inquiries like how do I apply for a permit or pay my taxes or how do I submit a FOIA request? Just easy, quick inquiries that people can find. I've also included a upcoming events calendar that's actually on the homepage. So if you scroll down, there is a calendar that will show off primarily when county offices are closed. I put transfer station hours on there as well as board meetings. And if there are EDA events, we can also put them on there as well. And when they click learn more, it will actually take them to a completely different page that will show the agenda in a minute. Well, that will show the agenda as well as the time and location of the meeting. So I've also updated the Board of Supervisors page. I would like to get a picture of all 5 board members to put on there as well. But for right now,
That probably looks better.
We want
I was
people,
getting ready to say, yeah,
yeah, we want people to look at it and scare them away.
yeah, don't scare them away.
But I've updated the website for the Board of Supervisors, as well as put a navigation, that navigation that states home, government, and Board of Supervisors. That's on every page just to show anybody that's using the website that where they are in that branch. So of course everywhere goes back to home, but when it branches off, we have say if you're in the department section, it's going to be departments, and then if you click on a specific department, it will extend out and it will be whichever department you're in. So I've also updated the department homepage. So there's a quick phone directory, so if say I don't want to go through all the information of animal control, their number is up there so that I can quickly call. But there's also 2 ways to navigate there, clicking on animal control under department under the quick phone directory, as well as in that sidebar. But that sidebar is on every department page just so that you don't have to keep going back to this page to quickly navigate. So I'm only showing animal control in this specific one, but every department page has actually been redesigned to essentially fit a kind of template to kind of make it more uniform throughout the website. So all information has been kept intact. I didn't want to change anything from any department, especially on very unconstitutional officers. I especially did not want to touch their wording because I figured they have very specific wording for their stuff. But essentially, I integrated their Facebook pages if they had one. If they have an external website, I put a button that leads to their external website, as well as, again, that their department pages are on, that their departmental links are on every department page, as well as links to external sites that could be very important to anybody that is looking for county information, such as the Department of Transportation, the Extension Office, library, and I think, but yes, public schools as well. Then there's also the full redesign of the agenda and minutes page. So this way, essentially, we can, like, it's a dynamic list, so I can add the agenda and minutes from outside, like editing the website, but now users can sort by year for the agenda and minutes.
Nice.
So if they click on that drop down menu, it will go from 2026 all the way to 2017.
Nice.
And that will essentially, if they just click on agenda, minutes, or recording, it will take them to the link of either the PDF or the YouTube link. I've also updated the careers page, so this is actually more of a dynamic page. So if I add another career, it will just put another title listing there. But if you click on the view job, it will actually open up and it will show the requirements for the job, as well as just giving all that information, as well as 2 spots to find the application that they need to submit. So I've also updated the FOIA request page. So I've noticed I've noticed that the information on it is very dense and can be, or at least was, a little frustrating, possibly to navigate. But now there's a quick navigation as well as a back to the top button. So if you click on, say, where to send the FOIA request, it will bring you down to that section, and then you can click the arrow to go back up to the top if you want to navigate to a different section. And I believe that's all my slides. Is there any questions?
With the FOIA, if, like, where to, it'll bring up each department and who is the FOIA officer for that specific, so the sheriff and clerk of court, and so everybody's, yes.
More user friendly than the other one was,
Yeah.
you know, more informative. I really like it. I really
Yeah.
do. It's a lot of work, so.
He's been working on it for about a month, and he, bless his heart, he took a lot of beatings in between. Took it like a champ and improved it every single time. So we had a lot of input, Danny, Jenny, and then we got the team to look at it, and so it streamlined it, it's cleaner, it's current, more user friendly.
And more open.
That's right.
So when you go to floydcova.gov, that is our website, correct?
So it's not currently published yet.
Okay, so but that will be where people will go, right?
Mhm.
Okay, good. And will there be uniformity in terms of font size? Not that you're changing any department's message, but will there be uniformity so that, like, one department has this big bolded font and another department is,
Oh, yes, I've uniformed the fonts in between the
Excellent.
departments.
Yeah, it's just a,
And it's all ADA compliant.
yeah, it's just a visual, right?
Yes, I made sure that everything was at a minimum of 16-point font for the base paragraphs, and then the headings are slightly bigger.
Excellent, yeah, and then having the recordings right there, what a great move there for minutes, agenda, minutes, and recordings, so people can easily go to a date that they wanna look at.
Well, and staff, if
Right,
I need to
right,
research
right.
something now, it's a whole lot easier than it used to be.
Yep,
You don't have to wade through so many weeds to get to
Yeah,
where you go.
yeah,
So-
Just to be able to find the application online will be a.
right.
In the job description with qualifications.
Yeah, it looks great, it looks great.
Super great.
Great job,
Does it have the capability of addition going past 2017?
Back further.
Back, yeah,
From our current website's recording, from our archived content, I believe it only goes back to 2017. So I've taken everything that's been on our website and I've just been able to catalog it again, essentially.
If we chose to, and I'm not saying we have to, but if we chose to, you could go back further. It's gonna be a whole lot more work than just transferring.
Yes, it's possible to go back further
It is
if the documents are there, because I can, it will still function if there is no recording or if there is no, like if the agenda is empty or the minute's empty or the recording's empty, as long as there's a date put in, I can, essentially if I have one of the documents, yes.
Let's say we all supported that too.
Maybe.
Well, we did, but luckily there's records in the courthouse. Those old books,
I have them too.
and you have them. I guess we're still doing the books that go into the courthouse.
Annually, yep.
So, you know, I'm just thinking there's been times when we've needed information that I know I went over and looked through, I went over there and sat on, back when they were open on Saturday and spent all morning going through, you know.
Thank you.
But, I'm just thinking as far as for us, staff and the citizens, anything as far back as we can go, that's,
We can work on that,
it-
sure.
you know,
Mhm.
but I'm, you know,
Yeah.
not in the next month. I think you've done an outstanding job if you've only been working on that a month.
Mhm.
And you might, the beatings you took must have been ice pack, cause I don't see any Band-Aids, but.
All family secrets.
But no, I think you did a wonderful job.
These young guys makes me feel awful dumb.
Oh, well.
So if you guys are okay with it, we're gonna go ahead and move forward and push it out.
Oh, absolutely.
Looks good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
Great job.
Nice job.
thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Yay.
There's some constitutional officers around, so. With that, we'll move up to our public comment period. It is the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap and conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. Remember, speakers are limited to 4 minutes only. You can't share your minutes or give them away. The board does not respond in the public comment period. If you got questions or comments, you can turn them over to staff and they'll make sure that we get them. When you come up, state your name and the district you're from. And please don't do like one of our meetings and they put citizen or citizens of Virginia or look it up or whatever. Be a little more respectful to us. And we got a job to do too. Our staff has gotta record all this stuff. Yeah. And, so anyhow, with that, I'll open the public comment period.
And our first speaker is Frank Rudisill from Indian Valley.
I told these other people they could go in front of me because they was wanting to speak first, I think.
Okay.
That's okay. We make allowances.
I think that was so that David could go on.
Okay.
That's
He's
okay.
gonna go first.
So that David could go
We're
on.
gonna go in order, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Frank Rudisill, Indian Valley District, complaining again. The Indian Springs Road sign, if you look in the county, Quisenberry surveyed back in the 70s, that 61 acre tract, that road goes all the way through to 750. It's never been done away with. You don't need right of ways. You just need to move the sign. The next thing, the Firehouse Road, I didn't really see a whole lot done other than some culverts and a pretty brand new fence. You should have started on this side of Firehouse Road instead of the other side. It looked good to start with, other than that big tree and that curve. Now, I do have a complaint. The landfill. I'm a county resident and I pay taxes. I shouldn't have to go across them scales. I probably have to pay $18.40 to dispose of stuff I could have thrown in a green box. I don't mind the tire deal. I can get rid of them very easily. But I do mind when I've got stuff in my truck, instead of putting it in a green box, I said, I'll just go to Floyd and get rid of it up here at the transfer station. And I have to go across the scales, and that lady, she says, you got 400 pounds in your truck.
I said, so I just wanna put it down there in this thing instead of the green box. She said, you've gotta come back out and reweigh. I said, I'm a county resident, I'm not a contractor. And I had to pay $18.40 to get out of the landfill that day. If I knew I was going to have to do that, I have a bank not very far from the creek that I keep the cattle from rubbing the bank off. I would have thrown it over the bank, just like I have some other stuff that I didn't want to take the landfill, and tree limbs and brush and logs. I just throw it over there so the cattle won't fool with it. If I knew that, I saved $18.40 and just threw it over the bank. Eventually, it would have been dissolved and been done away with. But I do disagree. If you're a county resident and you're not a contractor, charging me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Valerie Ryder from Indian Valley.
Hello, and thank you very much for having the meeting and letting us speak. I wanted to compliment Walter Phillips he hasn't been with us for a long time, but he's been working really hard, trying to help us on Firehouse Road. It has been a challenge. And I will tell you this, we're not prepared to wait 6 more years to have that road finished. You will have some very angry residents down here if you think we're gonna wait 6 more years to finish 3/10 of a mile. It's the worst part of the road. It's dangerous and it needs to be done ASAP. You've got the people there. I'm pretty sure they're willing to do it. I don't know what happened to the money that was allocated for the whole road being done. I have heard rumors that some of it went to Northern Virginia. I really hope that's not the case. But they were from reliable sources. So money that's allocated for us should not go someplace else, number one. Number two, you've got in that 3/10 of a mile, and I encourage any of you that are in the area to please drive on it. We did not know about this until that sign was taken off because it was closed. When that was lifted about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, we started, I guess it was 2 weeks ago, talking to Walter Phillips. We had no idea they were not finishing it all the way. We were shocked and upset. It's just ridiculous. You've got all the equipment there. People have spent a lot of time going around different ways. You know, a lot of inconvenience. One nice residence allowed them to park all the equipment there. It's going to be a lot of work to straighten up her pasture. And you've got a really good job going on and a good crew. They're doing an excellent job. Now, they have widened the road in some places where it was dangerous. There's going to need to be a little bit more widening of the road on that 3/10 of a mile because of being a blind curve. And there's it must be a spring. There's a little bit of water sometimes, always in the road. Right now, it's like a child's swimming pool. To go around it, you have to go over towards the edge. You can't see what's coming around. There's a really bad accident going to happen. And you've got the firehouse. You've got, rescue vehicles coming down there. You might have a fire truck coming down there. If Mike Turman decides to log his land that he's purchased on both sides, he and Wanda, then you may have logging trucks. We need to have that done ASAP. It's going to be potentially very dangerous if you don't get it fixed. I don't know what the cost is on getting that equipment brought back in, but you've got millions of dollars worth of equipment sitting right there. To me, it makes 0 sense not to finish it up. I don't know why we can't get this done now. 16 years, actually 17 years waiting. Please don't make us wait 6 more years. In fact, I can guarantee you there'll be a lot of us here every meeting if we don't get this done. So I'm fired up about it. And I'm one of those people, if I get fired up, I'm gonna stay on it. You don't want to put this off. And there's a lot of people that are fired up about it. So we came to speak about it, a few of us because people are at work, or any number of things, but don't think that there's just a few of us that are upset about it. It's wonderful what's being done, but we were promised it was going to be paved Now they're doing gravel and tar. That cuts the cost tremendously, I'm sure. And it's not what we were promised. Thank you very much for at least getting what we've got done.
Next speaker is Nicholas
Melnichek.
Melnichek.
Yeah, it's me. I've been here before. I'd first like to begin by praising the Allegheny Construction Company for their fine work, really excellent work. They've cleared and they've widened sections of the road. When I was here prior, I had spoken about, we were coming home one evening, my wife and I, and fortunately, we saw the headlights. And we avoided like a head-on, a real terrible head-on, because the road, Firehouse Road, is very narrow. And you got blind spots, and you've got an area where like you could just go into like hell. You know, it's just like a drop that you wouldn't walk away from. And that's what I want to like say, bring up, that I don't know what the county's waiting for, what the town is waiting for, as far as before someone, and I've said before, you know, has an accident, and just doesn't walk away from it. That I don't want to like look at the Floyd press or, you know, the Roanoke Times and see that someone, a neighbor, has not, you know, lived through this time that say like Valerie said, the equipment is there, and I don't know why say it just doesn't get done. The 0.3 of a mile is just pitiful. It's really sad that you know, the work isn't completed, and that just to avoid, say, like a fatality. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Tanya Harmon.
Do you want me to include it? Sure. You write your name down right there.
Tanya, are you speaking?
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. Thank you. I just had a couple notes. Number one, if you're sitting in the back, you really can't hear Terman or Booth at all, and pretty much Walter. Like y'all's voices don't carry. Even moving forward, I can't hear you. I don't know if there's a way of projecting your voices with some sort of microphone so the people in the back could actually hear. It would be awesome. And then as far as the VDOT, it seems like a lot of these things that you're all are bringing up can be addressed by the individual by just using the portal, right? Like, because then they will actually get updated. So I just wanted to say for people who are like watching this at home, the phone number is 800-367-7623, or you can go to my.vdot.virginia.gov, and you can put in that request from like potholes to the road needs to be widened to it needs more gravel, and then you'll actually get an update and you'll get a timeline instead of having to wait for you all to say it to, as your representative. Obviously that's the individual's right to be able to come in and do that, but this is probably way faster to actually just call VDOT yourself. That's it, thanks.
Fellow speakers.
And that's it. No correspondence. I will close the public comment period. Was you gonna speak to him, David? Was you gonna speak to these people? Okay. Okay.
Thank you, David, for coming.
Good.
I don't know.
Me and Joe insist, I guess. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David.
We'll take a 5-minute break. Alrighty.
Bring up Brian.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Just my update when I get here, we got Judge Mavis started, he started last week. As you know, we've got some more new circuit court judge, Judge May. His first civil day was yesterday. Today we've got court and recovery court, been in court. So we got him up and going, and things seem to be going well. We'll have a new policy that just started, no recording devices in the courtroom. That's changed by some laws that have come down and some of the policies that judges have made. So we'll be getting some signage for that to put outside of the courtroom. We've also purchased a cell phone locker. So as you come in, you know, we do have people that arrive at court that are Ubered there or dropped off and don't have a place to put their cell phones. So we'll have a locker. I'll get with Mark or some of his folks to see where we can mount it. Hopefully we can mount it on the wall over there. Anyways, also I'd like to speak about some vehicles briefly. It seems like that's been kind of a topic here. There's been a few questions listening to the Board of Supervisors meeting. One I'd like to start off with, we did not purchase a King Ranch. Don't know how that got started, but we did not purchase that. Can we shop around? I'd be glad to. We just need some time. Vehicles continue to rise and so do the upfits. There's a lot that goes into upfitting the vehicle. And but there are vehicles on state contracts, so there's enterprises and different things, or state contract just buying them out. One of the other questions that we've seen is why do we have so many vehicles? Well, we have specialty vehicles. You know, we have our patrol vehicles, we have our TAC van, we've got our drug cars, we've got a handful of spares. So then the next question would be, why do we need spares? Well, currently we have 3 vehicles off the road due to repairs. At any given time, we have 3 to 5 vehicles out of service, whether it's breakdowns or deer crashes. As November comes, I dare say, I want to say it was 2 Novembers ago, I think we had 9 vehicles that were off the road because of deer crashes. We also have 3 open positions right now, so we have some vehicles sitting out here in the parking lot waiting to fill those positions. There's a few other things I'd like to talk about on the vehicles. Me and Kim did speak a little bit yesterday, but made a budget request to increase our budget for vehicles. And on January 13th of this year, during the board meeting, Levi had asked a question. I discussed that we would need more money for the vehicle budget. Vehicle prices increased. In 2016, they were around $31,000 plus. In 2026, they're over $45,000. That's over a 31% increase. The build out or the equipment that goes in the vehicle, this is the part that hurts, has increased as well. 2016, it was around $6,400 to outfit a vehicle. 2026, you're looking at $24,000 plus when you look at radar, cameras, the whole kit and caboodle, cages. The biggest problem about equipment is these vehicle companies continue to change the interiors of these vehicles. So as a vehicle ages out at about 5 years, that equipment, other than the radio, cannot be switched over to a new vehicle because the cage is outdated and won't fit. Nothing retrofits, I guess, if you will. Let's see here. So now one vehicle is costing around $70,000. I will say, even with the vehicle costs going up, the upfit increases. We've been averaging purchasing about 3.5 vehicles a year, which is what it takes to continue our fleet since we've had enterprise since 2017, all while staying within or below our budget. That has been one huge thing that I have really sought to do, is to stay within that budget or stay under, which we've done. Our goal is to get every vehicle in our fleet replaced every 5 years on the patrol vehicles. I've always been very sparing on asking for any budget increases from this board. I've tried to find ways to absorb the cost, but this is no longer an option. Prices on everything has increased, as it has with everything that y'all deal with. I made a request for this fiscal year to increase from $85,000 to $160,000. From what I understand from the budget meeting, the budget was decreased. Me and Kim did talk a little bit. On the meeting, it sounded like $55,000. She said it was $65,000. And then she was going to look at trying to figure out where else to go and things of that nature. If this occurs, safety concerns will increase as the miles on these vehicles increases. We cannot put anybody's lives in jeopardy. We have enough equity in our budget to purchase some of these vehicles that we need. How we gain equity, I know this is also a question, how we gain equity is by buying and selling trucks. So the truck market is much better than anything else, so we flip trucks. So by purchasing a truck, keeping it for a few years and putting it back into service with Enterprise, Enterprise is able to put $20-some thousand back into our budget because we're flipping. So that's why you see the administration of the trucks flipping so much. That actually helps us purchase additional patrol cars because of the equity that we gain on flipping the trucks. The vehicles that these men and women have must be breakdown free on transports, possibly the other side of the states, while they're making arrests, responding to calls, or whatever else the job takes them to. Additionally, vehicles keep our citizens safe. We must have good vehicles for these men and women. I'm asking for the funding to be placed back in the budget and added, and add the additional funding request. Please do not let us get behind on vehicles. This is for the safety of these deputies and this community, and we must support the funding of these vehicles. Safety is utmost important to me, these men and women, and I know you all have always been supportive of your first responders, so you will do what you can. That's really about all I have on vehicles. I imagine you'll have a few questions. If not, hopefully I've covered all the questions.
Well, I'll go first. Thank you for that explanation and coming to talk to us about it there. What, I understand the trucks, like, I understand that part. On the cars, on any of the older vehicles or the cars or whatever, well, actually, let me back up just a little bit. Cause this lease program was already in effect when I came to sit on the board, and I know Mr. Phillips, it was here. Could you give us just a quick 101 on the whole lease program, the cycle and how it works and what the goal is and all that type of stuff?
You wanna touch on that? Yeah, we'll get Chad to come up. Chad's the one that kinda handles
I
the
mean,
lease
I
program.
know that.
Basically, what we look at is a 5-year cycle. The way the program originally was intended to, I guess you can correct me since I've jumped in on it. So any money that was left over from fuel, maintenance, and tires, in order to stay at that $85,000 budget, was to be carried over and put towards the cost of vehicles. So that would try to keep that budget down. Well, now the price has gotten so outrageous with vehicles and upfit, there's no way to carry that carryover and to try to keep up with what's going on.
We've
It's a
been doing the
5-year
lease.
cycle that we try to do, and in the middle, we try to flip those pickup trucks in order to gain equity that puts more money back into that line item, I guess, if you will.
We've been doing the lease program for.
Since 2017.
Okay, yeah, so.
Yeah.
Right.
And you're not leasing, you're leasing to own, so you have the option at the end of that term to turn the vehicle back in or to keep it. It's really, so Enterprise has a group of analysts that I talk to a lot as far as what's ideal as far as turning in. Is it more ideal to turn in a 2017 Ford Explorer, or is it more ideal to turn in a 2021 Dodge Ram? And they kind of give us options. I mean, it's, there's a lot of thought and things that go into our decision making. It's not just, hey, let's replace this one this year. Like there's a lot of conversations about it through Enterprise.
And then there's a few things also that occurs, like, so if we buy these vehicles outright, we don't really have a market to sell these vehicles back to the public or whatever, where Enterprise does. They can take a patrol car and sell it, a pickup truck, sell it, whereas the way it used to be, they would go sit down there at the landfill, and then Mark would try to figure out how to sell, all the old police cars that sit down there, all the old county vehicles, and, this,
Do out of our fleet right now, how many we own outright versus how many we're still leasing?
I'd say it's about half and half, if I had to guess.
Okay.
because I know we could always get back with you on the hard number. I know we use the ARPA fund to get vehicles to try to get ahead instead of asking for a budget increase then.
And then y'all try to do 2 or 3 a year? Like really needs
We're
to-
averaging like three and a half per year.
How many do you cycle back, or do you?
It just depends. Like last year, we cycled back 3, this year 2. It just kind of depends on where we're at. And of course, the used car market, you know, it's up and down too, so that plays into it. It's, you know, and that's one thing wonderful about Enterprise is that's what they do for a living. You know, they see these live auctions and things firsthand. So, you know, they have good information to provide back to us. It's not us having to do the research on our own. They're giving us real time feedback.
And we had, in the prior budgets, we'd always done 85,000. And then this time it went to 65. Is that right?
Correct.
The discussion that we had on that was because we reverted to that number due to
The
what they
the
had
request was,
spent
yeah, the request,
the prior year, or what?
no, sir, it would be, the request at the time, it was to, you have a couple of leases that have like two payments to,
Right.
I think 10.
Yeah. We
To
paid them
pay that off.
Yeah.
Go ahead and move forward paying that off, which is around $14,000. The remaining 65 would be what the lease payments for the fiscal year through Enterprise. So the current leases that we would continue to maintain, it would be paying for that, the lease
Gotcha.
payments.
Gotcha. And then,
And then those other monies went into contingency,
Right.
and then the request was for me to go out RFP, state procurement, you know, local, and see what would materialize in addition to
Right.
reviewing it with Enterprise.
And I think me and Kim had a good discussion about that yesterday to kind of, so from watching a board meeting or sitting in a board meeting, you know, you don't grasp what she's talking about there. So the only thing I'll say about that is one needs to be pursuit rating. Don't forget the pursuit rating.
I have it written down.
And then the next thing is with vehicles, the longer you wait on patrol cars, you may go from 3 months of getting it to a year and a half to getting it. So then now all of a sudden you're behind the 8 ball again. So it's one of those things. Do we need to rush? Do we not need to rush? We don't need to rush into it, but it needs to go. And I know it is a big money part of our, you know, I guess it's our biggest expenditure minus salaries. So
I'll speak so this lady and everybody else can hear me, hopefully.
Thank you, sir.
What goes into you deciding when of the vehicles replaced? I don't need mine, just overview so the people at home and us
yeah,
have
so
an idea.
and I'd like to start with and do apologize. You know, I'm sorry for your loss of your father there. Great individual. Really enjoyed being with him with the American Legion.
Yeah.
But with the vehicles, you know, we look at trying to cycle at about 5 years, which is about 125 to 150,000 miles. That's really when you start getting in that zone there. Once you hit 150,000, vehicles start falling apart like crazy. Whether you're going to a curve at 85, 90 miles an hour and something lets go, you know, you start really getting worried as an administrator once you start hitting that mileage on a vehicle. What little things are going to fall apart, or bearings going to come out? You know, we've had axles come out.
Right.
So that's when you really start getting nervous. And I know Enterprise really wants to see those vehicles between 125 and 150 also, as well as we do. And I've talked to some neighboring jurisdictions. You know, that's everybody looks at about that because they feel the same way about the safety of these cars.
So you've got at least one right now that's due to phase out. I think it's a 2019 with
75. There's one with 175 that a deputy has, and that's one of our school resource officers.
Yeah, but it's due to be cycled out, by what you just told me.
Yeah, so
Because when they're not involved with the school, they are patrol deputies, so
Correct,
they're
he's
under the
patrolling
same thing. I think it's a
yes, that one would be
2019.
that would be going here shortly.
Do we
Right.
have that in our?
Well, sometimes
Is that in our-
vehicles like that with high mileage, they get kind of kicked back to a spare, and then we might turn something else in because
That has more mileage or
Well,
more
I
wear
mean-
and tear, but
179,000 miles on a 2017 Ford Explorer, you run it through an auction, you're probably gonna get $500 for it.
Well, I know that,
So,
but I'm just saying, back to what, your criteria,
Right.
that is one that's up to be done.
Yes.
And of course,
Depending on what if there's a spare, like, we've got, I think one of the other questions that Kim had asked about, will we keep the spares going on, but the, like Randy Moore's and the court folks have them. So Randy has one that's got 200,000 miles. He can respond to calls. He's a deputy, Mario can, but they're not actively doing that.
right,
So they have the higher mileage. So if we had to, we would kick that 179 back to one of those, but the Expedition that we have, the Toyota, those were drug seizure cars, so that didn't, well, that was no cost to the county.
right.
And, I know we had talked about, do we get rid of the cars for the people working courts? Well, if that's the case, then I'm probably gonna have to raise their wage a couple dollars an hour or whatever the case may be
About the part-timers.
to try to cover, cause I know that was one of the questions that she had on part-timer. But yes, so we have to figure out how to cycle which cars out and which car's in better shape. You may have his with 179 that's gonna be a spare, and the one with 163 is a worse spare because it keeps falling apart on us. Well, we're gonna kick the 163 one out,
And depending on wear and tear, you could have one at 40,000 that needs replacing.
which we've had. We had a full-fledged lemon that we got rid of.
The average mileage on patrol right now is roughly 69,000 miles.
Right.
So our patrol guys, we're looking pretty good there.
Around 70 is what I was.
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions. So a part-time court person and a part-time, does the part-timer that's working at the check-in, do they all have vehicles? All of our part-timers have vehicles?
Yes.
And the thought process behind a part-timer having a vehicle is?
Well, I mean, we could have a full-time person. I don't know that somebody would wanna sit down there for 5 days a week. Of course, it would end up being, it's 9.5 hours a day to sit down there.
And how many days a week do your part-timers work down there?
5.
5 days a week?
And we have to keep that open 5 days a week.
Right. So it varies,
But you have two different people
but you got two different
during the
people,
day,
because you're
right?
talking 45 hours a day.
I have Randy Morris and
Right.
Bill Harris. And
Okay.
now that we have court on another day,
You
none
got
of those
another.
part-timers wanna add another day, so now I'm seeking another part-timer
Right.
to try to go. And the options that we have are very far and few between, because you have to find a retiree who is a certified law enforcement officer in Floyd County, which is hard to find.
Right.
There is one that I'm working on, but I don't know if he's gonna do it. If not, I'll have to seek Montgomery County or Carroll County, some of these larger departments. And of course, they're not gonna come here for $20 an hour when they're driving in. So it's either raise their wage up or give them the vehicle.
Now, are
One of
those
these are drug
part-timers
seizure.
vehicles fully equipped?
Say again?
Are those part-timers vehicles fully equipped?
Randy's is, Bill's is not, and the two drug seizure cars are not, the Toyota Corolla. They don't have anything. They're not responding on calls. Both of them are coming from Montgomery County.
Okay,
If Joe had his certification back, so did Levi, we take him back too, so.
so my concept of leasing is we lease and then you own it. How many of those since 2017 have you leased and then owned?
So. Go ahead.
Excuse me? Yeah, so you leased these cars from 2017, you've been doing this program. How many cars in that 9-year time period did you eventually own?
I would have to look to give you an exact number. I'd be glad to do that.
Okay, cause my idea is if we are leasing cars to keep mileage down so that our deputies and our citizens in the county are safe, then why would we want to own that car that already has all that mileage and not at the end of whatever the period is, 3 years or 4 years, turn it back in and get a new car?
Because we don't have the money in our budget.
Okay, Okay, that's what that's where I'm going, I just wanna know that.
So if you wanted to, let's take 25 vehicles.
Hold on, before you say that, because
sure.
when I remember our discussions, when we went into this in 2017, it was so we wouldn't find ourselves with cars that had all this mileage on them.
Right.
And it appears that we may not have fully kind of lived up to that, not casting any kind of dispersions or any kind of, I'm just trying to figure it out from the 9 years back to where we are today. I just wanna know that we've done right.
So like Chad said, our patrol guys, which is the ones,
We've increased personnel probably 9, 10 employees. That's a
Well,
big
2017,
increase there.
you already had 3 patrol officers in I've been part of this board that saw the need to put 3 officers per shift for patrol. Now,
And now we've got one in every school too, so that.
right,
those were- yeah, I mean-
and I've been part of this board
Sure.
that has wanted to see that done. I'm just making sure that we have been I just wanna make sure that we're doing right by our taxpayers' dollars, that we've been
right,
as absolutely conscientious as we can be about their dollars being spent, the safety of our citizens, and the safety utmostly of
Right.
our deputies.
so I'm of the same struggle you are, so every time I come here and I ask for money, that's money out of my pocket too, cause taxes gotta go up.
Yeah.
In theory, if we buy 3.5 cars, which is what we need per year, you're looking at, our budget needs to be $245,000 if we buy them outright, give or take. And Enterprise has led it to where flipping these trucks and doing things we've been able to maintain, but with the outfits coming in and different things like that, I've had to source that money other places, whether it's from drug seizure funds or, whatever the case may be. But that's why I'm here now, is we're finally at that point. The well has gone dry, and unfortunately, I don't wanna ask for additional money, but like I said back in January, that this year it's kind of finally come to a head, and in order to keep this cycle going, we need to. I mean, like I said there a little bit ago, I'd be glad to get away from Enterprise, whatever we feel is the best for this county and the best for these officers when it comes to spending this tax, that's what I wanna do.
I was not opposed to the Enterprise situation by any, I think you might remember that.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that it seemed like a really good idea, but with any kind of business, Enterprise is going to be the one that wants to make as much money as they
Oh,
can.
absolutely.
And I know, Chad, you've been on top of things in your dealings with Enterprise, and I think, have you been doing it since the beginning?
Yeah.
Yeah, so sometimes that comfortableness and familiarity, I don't know, I just think somewhere along the line, something changed about the whole Enterprise thing, and I guess that's what I'm having a little bit of
Well,
problem.
one thing is carryover money's not going back into it. So maintenance has went up because the cost of maintenance has went up.
Yeah.
So instead of pumping, $15,000 from that back in, $5,000 back from tires on a good year.
Yeah.
We won't even talk about fuel, now we're
Yeah.
going in the hole on fuel instead of the other. So instead of, dropping another, 15 to 25,000 depending on the year, that money's dried up as of a few years ago.
Right.
Because of, those maintenance costs have increased too.
And if we were only buying vehicles straight out with an $85,000 budget,
Yeah, we
we
get one.
would be averaging one
One
vehicle
vehicle,
per year, so
yeah.
we're doing pretty good with this program, we're making it work.
Yeah, so some of the older cars are 13s and 14s. And those are what kind of cars? What do you, yeah, those are our spares, the 13s and the 14s are our spares, so we have 5 spares.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah,
We've got
Cause
five
obviously
spare.
the value of them, if you try to do anything, would be little or nothing,
I
right?
mean, yeah, they're more value to us to keep in case of an accident
Right,
than they are to sell.
With your crash.
I follow you on that.
yeah, I get that, yeah.
And unfortunately, you take a 2011 Crown Vic, we get in a deer crash with it, it's totaled,
Right,
it's done.
yeah, yeah.
But it's there when we crash a different vehicle in a deer, and then we can get out and we can use that, and our guys and gals can get right back out and go.
Do a scenario based off one of the trucks. So you got a truck, you've had it for a few years, maybe we're still paying lease payments on it, and then you rotate it back around.
Yeah, so a
So
lot
like,
of times,
how does that equity then
a
come
lot
back
of times
into
with government incentives, we can buy these pickup trucks a whole lot cheaper than what you could go to the dealership and buy them.
Right.
And so we're money ahead right out the gate. A couple of years down the road, we have conversations with Enterprise and they're like, hey, I see you've got this pickup here. We could put it in our auction and probably fetch you around $25,000 to $26,000, let's just say. And so we determine if you know.
So we would have this remaining lease payment on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if we hadn't paid it off.
Right.
And then they would say, okay, we probably get you 25,000 and we still owe 10,000. So there's a $15,000
Profit.
Right.
And then that money goes back
to buy
just to
police
y'all.
cars, Yeah.
Right, I mean,
See,
to
the
the
other
sheriff's
thing,
office part, right?
It would be easy if we could flip police cars just like we do trucks, but you're talking a $20,000 upfit. And that equipment is so vehicle specific, we can't just pull it out of a 2-year-old car and put it in another one.
Yeah.
That's the disadvantage.
But the
And I
trucks
think-
have
I
the
think-
equipment too, don't they?
What's that?
Trucks have equipment too, don't
No,
they?
they're not pursuit rated. I mean, they have some blue lights on them and a siren
Right,
and a radio, and the radio's gonna be pulled and put in the next vehicle.
right.
I mean, I think where there's a huge gap in all this, and coming from prior law enforcement, support you guys 100%, right? I've tried to explain, always say that and support that. And the law enforcement side of me says, all right, when the county gives money for the vehicles and y'all buy the vehicles, that y'all deal with that, right? Y'all deal with that. Then I step outside these doors and then the taxpayers are like, well, how much money was budgeted and what do they do with it? So I'm seeing both sides of that.
Oh, absolutely.
Both sides of
And
that
we talk
now,
about
where I
it too.
used
That's
to
why,
not see that.
that's why we're here saying we'll be glad to do whatever we can. I mean,
Right.
if we think there's a better avenue for the taxpayers, trust me, we both pay taxes.
But
We
I think we're
want the best bang for our buck when it comes to not only our vehicles, but for everything we do.
And I think where the gap is on, at least for my end, I know what the budget is and what we give y'all. And then for the citizens out here though, is where there becomes a disconnect is y'all know, you cycle that vehicle back around. And then you take the equity in it and then y'all use the money to do whatever you need to do to facilitate something else. I mean, that's probably the
Look, it goes back
disconnect
into
on the.
vehicles. It's
Right,
just vehicles.
But that's probably the disconnect, at least on my end, to the citizen,
Right.
that's hard to explain.
Well, we've had that conversation, and that's one reason why we wanted to talk about it publicly today, is that, in fact, that there is a reason why we cycle these trucks in and out. That is by far what's putting money back into basically increasing our budget.
Yeah, I do, I mean, truck holds a better value. I
Yeah,
agree
it
with
does.
that. So the money that is circled back around off the equity, that goes back to the vehicle line. So
Well, it
like-
goes back into to enterprise, and it brings, I guess, the overall payments back down, in a sense. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, there's several options we can choose to spread it around. We can put it towards one vehicle in particular, just depending on the situation.
So then is that then all just handled by y'all's department, or is that then handled back by the county side, like that extra money, or how does that all play out there?
Well, I mean, my assumption is Kim's gotta cut the check regardless.
I mean, if you get, let's say you make a $15,000 profit,
Right.
then where does that money
From a
then
vehicle
go?
sale,
Yeah, you rotate, let's
that
say
money
you
would stay
rotate it in
with
a truck.
that money would stay with Enterprise.
Right.
And then we would have conversations about where we spread that money out across their account.
Okay,
So that
but
would
that's
come from our office.
yeah, department thing, yeah.
So
And-
the carryover is what.
So
Kim-
like, what is
we gotta
the,
replace
what
it
is
from.
the enterprise bucket look like right now?
Dry.
Okay.
And how much is audited? Like, do you know when I know it's a company, and do you make sure, and do you audit Enterprise to make sure that our money is where it needed to be, when it needed to
I feel like we got two
be.
different pots of money here. We
Yeah.
got the enterprise money, then we got the county money, so.
The county money pays the lease.
Right.
The enterprise money is just from sales of
Yeah.
vehicles.
Right.
So that's the difference. It's county money is engaged in the current lease payments at present for the fiscal
But
year.
enterprise manages the other money.
Right, and could you get that money from enterprise? Could you say, hey, now that you've sold that, we made a $15,000 profit, could you
Because
say we want that
Oh,
money?
I'm sure they
Because they're-
probably would mail you a check.
there's a part of me that's like, why does enterprise control that money? When it was originally
Well, Chad
county
tells them
money
where to put it.
Huh?
After the discussions, Chad tells them where to put it.
Yeah, I mean, they sell it and I can go on the account and see that, hey, this truck sold for 20,000, X amount of dollars. And then I'll have a conversation with the rep, like, hey, let's take this money, let's apply it to these payments or put it towards this new vehicle. And that's how that gets done. You would be adding extra steps to have them mail a check back to here and then have to reapply it back to the account.
Well,
I mean-
that answered my question, cause I
Right.
thought maybe there's just a bucket over there that it's in.
Yeah,
No.
okay.
Okay, so you manage it then?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
sorry.
get it. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Levi and I were going down the same road.
Yeah, I
We
just
finally caught up.
I would, instead of the
Finally got
general
to the
manager at
point.
Yeah, I
Enterprise
got it.
managing
Came
the
together.
board money, I thought somebody in the
Yeah.
county needs to manage it.
Right,
Okay, so, yeah, gotcha.
And it's not just me. I mean, we have conversations. Michael Clemens,
But the original-
Brian, we all network these decisions. So it's not just like my
Right,
decision
right.
or his decision.
Yeah, department decision, but the original request coming into this budget, you needed 165 for the vehicle
160,
line?
I think is what I put
160
in
for the
there.
vehicle. Alright.
And that was the low ball. Like I said, it's one of those things that just trying to,
This is a tough question for me to ask, but I just gotta get it out there.
I got a question here. It goes back to something that.
Hold on, let me
Oh,
finish
okay.
this one.
I thought you was finished.
But why are we just now talking about this July the 14th though?
well,
I mean, like,
so
we
I
said
mentioned it
so.
to you, no, hang on.
Yeah.
I'll answer that. I mentioned it in January. I'm gonna ask for a budget increase. I put it in my budget to increase. Spoke to Kim, submitted Kim, hey, do I need to come to budget meeting? Everything looks good. The only discussion we're gonna have is about your vehicles. Okay. So we're going about the vehicles and then through the last budget meeting, I guess y'all had, we learned that the funding was put on hold and things of that nature. Everything I thought was fine, hunky-dory until however many couple weeks ago, that last one where y'all came out of whatever and said, hey, we're looking at $55,000 for the sheriff's office.
Yeah, I don't recall us having as in-depth conversation about the structure and the need of the vehicle, but like, I mean, it was sort of transparent that what we were thinking on the budget process, I mean, did we send out to any departments like a preliminary draft of what we were thinking the budget was gonna be before we finalized it at our last budget meeting? Then sometime back that we.
Online, it still shows $85,000, I guess it's the, whatever budget.
Last
The
year's budget?
Proposed, it's
Proposed.
the proposed budget still online.
Right.
So it,
till we sign off.
yeah, cause this one was from the last edits that you guys
I guess my
requested.
question is, you didn't have any clue that we were not looking at funding 160,000 until the final.
Correct, I was given no notice that there was anything other than Kim talking about, she's gonna look at RFPs and trying to find other places and,
Right.
that's fine with me. When you find vehicles cheaper, that's great.
Well, it wasn't just Kim, it was the board that asked her to,
Right,
yeah.
Right,
no, but Kim had
We-
that discussion with me.
Yeah, we had, yeah,
I guess I'll just say on my end of it, I was sort of, I go back on the budget request and I can see the department request, I mean, I can do that. But honestly, I think I was sort of oblivious to the request of 160. No fault to anybody here,
but I just didn't quite grasp all of this.
Right.
I appreciate the conversation now, but
Well, like I said, back in January of this year, you specifically
Right.
asked the question, and I
Yeah.
said the major increase I was looking at was for vehicles, or the increase I was looking at was for vehicles.
right. I think that's all the question I got right now.
Well, and I don't think that we ever said we wouldn't put the funding back.
Right.
I think, see, we
Went to
moved that
contingency.
funding to contingency, and that's based on RFPs and that stuff. That money's not back in the savings account or wherever, that money's in the contingency.
Right, yeah, Kim has told me it's not a,
It's,
you know,
it's not
absolutely-
gone.
Yes, you know, that's why I
It's
felt it was
there,
important I
but-
would try to get here this morning in front of y'all.
Right, it's not gone, but it's still in the budget, it's in contingency instead of your line item until we get to RFPs and that other stuff and see what we get.
Absolutely.
And it may, in the end, it may still be enterprise.
Right.
You know, that's possibility. But we just felt that we should look at something and see if there's a savings to the citizens without it being detrimental to your road
Right.
officers.
And we
And
completely
that's the
support
best
that.
way I
If
can
we can
do it.
find a way to save the citizens money and still keep, you know, these guys and gals perfect, that's what, you know, we support that.
And I apologize, I just thought that needed to be said.
Yeah. I just wanted to go back on something that Levi mentioned here a while ago, was talking about selling the pickup truck like Chad said here. For Enterprise, before the lease was up, correct? Then you'd get 25,000 out of it,
Sometimes, yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah.
And then he said, well, then you still had to repay the remainder of the lease contract, 10,000, whatever, we only got 15,000. Why is that not negotiated to where if you turn your vehicle back in early, that you don't have to pay the remaining part of, from my understanding, you said you did have to, because it was 10,000 still owed on it. Why are we paying that 10,000 over and above after we done turned the vehicle back in? Why is that not
Do you remember what
negotiated?
the last credit we got was on the last truck?
And so the last two trucks, or the last 5 that we've turned in have all been paid for. We haven't had to deal with that. But, I mean, if we were to run into that situation,
Between your
I
two
can't
pickup
remember.
trucks, it was 21,000.
exactly, but, you know, if you were to run into that situation and let's say you owe 10 on it and you sell it for 25, they would just take that 10,000 off the bat and give you 15 to apply back towards your account. It wouldn't be,
Yeah, but when you sold the vehicle, the lease contract stopped. That 10,000 that you still owe shouldn't have to be paid, that's what I'm getting at. Why is
Well,
that
it's-
not negotiated in the
it's more
contract
of a-
with the enterprise prior to, if you turn it back in early, that you don't have to pay the remaining $10,000, cause that's thrown it out the window and the wind blown it away. I mean, because we're not getting it back the way I look
Well,
at it.
it's no different than if you buy a car and you sell it before you've paid it off. It's no different.
Yeah.
You know,
Still gotta pay the loan.
you still gotta pay the remainder of your loan. You know, they said they're gonna give you 15 grand because you're trading in your car, but you still owe,
5.
you know, 5 grand on it, you're only gonna get 10,000.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm buying that vehicle. I've secured a loan on it over here to purchase that vehicle, that's my vehicle.
It's
And
not
if
until
I'm
you
selling
pay it off.
early, then I still owe that over here because I bought the vehicle. But if I lease it, and which y'all do, and you turn them in early, then that lease agreement should stop. That's the way I look at it.
I
I'm
think
looking
you're-
at it different than
I
y'all
think
are, I
you're
reckon.
getting hung up on lease.
Uh-huh.
So that's, like, take that word out of the equation, and we're basically purchasing these vehicles. You know,
So technically, it's not a lease,
it's
it's a
technically
purchase.
a purchase, not a lease.
Okay.
Yeah.
We just don't have to front the whole thing up
Does
front.
that answer your question?
I got one.
Somewhat, I think.
Okay.
So at this time, I know I have this, but just for the audience, how many officers are on the payroll and how many cars do we have?
Twenty-seven. 27 full-time.
Is that
You
taking
have
out, taking
25
out
and then
animal
2 in the
control?
court.
So how many?
So you have
27,
25 that are
so
assigned to the
26.
sheriff and 2 that are assigned to court, right? Dean and
Yeah,
Ms.
I guess
Hassel.
27 to include me.
Yes,
Okay.
that would be
Okay.
including you.
3 vehicles.
Yeah.
Or here.
No, she's not
They're
full-time.
full-time.
Full-time, just full-time only.
Alright, and then how many vehicles?
Do you know how many vehicles are out there?
37 probably,
We insure 42.
32,
42.
42.
Oh, excuse me,
3 of them
46.
would, or 2 would be animal control.
We insure 46.
46.
And then more,
3
you're
of them
talking
are
like
what?
all across the county.
No,
Just
just for the sheriff's department.
There's probably some that need to be taken off then, if that's the case.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah,
You were averaging, I think, like,
if you'll send me that list, we'll make sure that we,
because it's from the enterprise and then, the owned ones. So it might be looking at a couple of the owned ones. I gave it like a
Couple of ones that were traded.
19.
Traded in, possibly still on that list. Anyways, just send us the list
Yeah,
and we'll check to
absolutely.
see if anything's off-road.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's about
No sense in paying for it if we're not.
40 something.
Absolutely.
I mean, these, it's like, it's these little things that we can,
I mean, here's every vehicle that we've got to account for. If you guys would like to keep that. There's 2 vehicles there that we marked through, those are animal control vehicles.
And I believe you said you had 5 as a backup?
Yeah.
Or that, it may fluctuate, but
5, and then we've got 1 narcotic spare.
alright. One narcotic. Now, when you reference is that for transport, or is that set up for transport of, once you make
surveillance undercover.
surveillance undercover,
operations.
okay. So basically unmarked per se.
Correct. Both of, one was a drug seizure and the other was purchasing drug seizure funds, right?
Okay.
I mean, there's several vehicles on that list that we purchased with drug seizure money. There's a camo truck that was given to us a number of years ago from the military. I mean,
We use that during bad weather.
Yeah.
Snow.
Floods, yeah,
Back when we used to have 20 inches of snow.
yeah.
When you go, when you
Just
going
wait,
through,
just wait.
when you're sitting out in the backwoods surveillance and a steel or something
Yeah.
like that too.
I wouldn't use that truck. Maybe to go pull it, but that truck could go anywhere.
Yeah. Alright.
Anything else?
Which one you been getting a better deal on, Fords or Dodges?
just depends on what incentives are out there. A lot of times Fords won't offer incentives because they didn't take a lot of bailout money. They didn't take any bailout money, so they're not, a lot of times they won't offer that. This last time they did.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of a gamble.
Which one y'all like better? Like, seems to do the better.
Depends on who the patrolman is.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the Fords, but we can get the Dodges worked on locally, so it's give or take.
It seems like the
seem to
Dodges would get quicker.
They don't seem to be holding up like what a lot of these older Crown Vics and things did,
Yeah.
with wear and tear. There's definitely a learning curve there.
Mm-hmm.
Every vehicle's got its pros and cons.
Anything else?
Well, thank you for coming.
Thanks, yeah, appreciate it,
Thank you.
thank you.
We're gonna go back to court. If y'all ever need for anything, let us know.
Okey dokey.
Take care. See y'all. Thank you.
Keep running.
Yeah, if you'll get us copies of that, I think would be good.
Yeah, we're gonna compare it to what we have.
Sure, Jacob, it ain't that bad.
No, I'm just sitting back here, I'm enjoying it.
I guess we down to old business, so. Yeah, good seeing you back, Miss Cara.
Yeah.
Talk about old, it hurts sometimes when you sit too long to get up.
No to feelings, so.
You got a long way to go.
Don't get no better.
It don't
So
get
you're only as
good.
old as you feel, well, I'm there.
I hope that's not true.
It's It's like that one on Facebook, you know, my mind says I'm 21, my body says I fought in Civil War. So-
Yeah. Right. Well, good morning, it's good to be back in front of you all.
Absolutely.
When you all adopted the new land division ordinance, last year, and it went into effect January, one of the, requests was that we review it after 6 months to see how it's going. So that's what we're gonna do this morning. And first thing that I would like to do is, did Danny send you those files? Okay. Can you put up the one, 25, 26 comparison?
Did I get that in here?
This is not in your packet,
Okay.
But it's one that I did yesterday to try to help me. So what I did is I looked at, fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26. This is a report that you all see every month, except for I did a little different, I broke it up into 6 months. Since we started our, land division ordinance in January. So for total, for year 25, we had a total of 76 surveys signed, a total of 56 lots created. And, that was under the old subdivision ordinance. You move up to, fiscal year 26.
Wow.
So for last July to December, we were under the old ordinance. You can see the numbers there, we had 38 lots created, well over 1,000 acres involved, in those. 22 lot line revisions. And then I looked at, broke it down to January, starting in January to June, so our first 6 months of fiscal year, our last 6 months of fiscal year 26, but the first 6 months of the ordinance, the new ordinance. We've had 28 plats, or 28 lots created, 641 acres, 33 plats signed. And if you look over under the fees collected, can you make that a little bit bigger on that screen for them?
We're gonna print copies.
Oh, okay.
Also put this in our folders too.
Did you just print it? Oh, sure, okay.
That's good, thank
There
you.
you go. Kill it, Drew.
Well, I had to blow mine up so I could see it while I was up here.
Thank you.
As you can see, the amount of fees that we've taken in this first 6 months has really increased. The biggest item for that is because driveways happen to be named due to divisions and lot line revision plats being submitted. And so we've gotten, and this is not all the money that we will, get as of right now, because we've got more. So that is bringing an increase into the county's funds for naming the driveways, when there's 3 lots involved. So overall, for the base fee collected, so far, based on 25 to 26 in fiscal year ending 26, we received about $4,000 more. That's just in base flat fees, that's not including the naming the driveways. And we did base fees for plats stayed the same, but we did begin with fees for if it had a shared driveway that had to be reviewed, they had to pay for that. If there's more than 2 sheets, if there's 4, but on the 4th review, they have to pay a higher fee. And I will say that I just received this fiscal year my first 4th review, for a plat, and so that will be reflected on the July report. And that being that being not that they didn't do what I asked, but the property owner kept changing his mind. So all 4 plats are different. We have one that is approvable now, so we'll see if they'll go with that.
Was this a general, just a plat, family, was it?
It's from a developer that purchased quite a bit of property in the Locust Grove area. The same developer that had to name a few roads in the Locust Grove area,
Right.
name a few driveways.
Yeah.
The first plat was approvable. He decided to change that plat. So the next plat was not approvable, and then said that he was going back to the original one, and then the okay was given for that one, and then submitted a separate scenario.
Right, okay.
But it's approvable.
Right.
We'll see now how it goes. But now, each time that he submits a review for that plat, it's $115.
Right.
Because Ladina has to also review it now. So do you have any comments or questions about the fees? I just kind of wanted to show you the difference in what's been taken in since we've started the land division ordinance.
Joe?
How do you feel, what's your gauge on what you're seeing? Is there an increase? I mean, obviously there's an increase, you can see that in the numbers. What particular area do you see an increase in more than another, like from your actual looking at the plats, and like where do you feel like things are going?
I see a lot of flats from the Burks Fork area. If you're talking about the location to Burks Fork over in the Buffalo Mountain area.
Okay.
I've seen quite a few plats from there, and in Locust Grove district, I've seen quite a few plats for those.
Okay.
Now this only reflects the plats that have actually been approved.
Right.
There's another document, I think it's just the Land Division Agent Report.
Yeah, that's in our packet, I
Okay,
believe.
yes, that one is in your packet.
Yeah.
So, beginning in January, I started tracking, the preliminary plats and the sketch plats that I received. So that way, you really get a sense of not just the plats that are picked up, but the plats that I review. And you all don't see it, but I keep a list of, like, if it's their number 1 preliminary, if it's their 3rd preliminary submittal. But these kind of show what the different division types and
Right.
lot line revisions and how many I've looked at. 4 right now. There's been 7 shared right-of-ways that have to be named or have had to be named. There was I received a sketch with my first interest in doing a private division road.
Huh.
And that was in April. And I reviewed two different sketches, same property. I'm not sure where that's gonna go with the developer. At the time did not own the property. I don't know if they own it now.
Right.
But, so that's the interest in doing private division road, and I don't know if it's because I was out of the office, February, March, April, May, even though I was available to talk to, I don't know if it was that they were holding back on, because this, except for that one, the one gentleman that did reach out.
So in April, I see 2 for the Path B, private division road.
Right, it was two different sketches.
Oh, okay, 2 different sketches.
Yeah.
Same person.
Well, I take that back. The plat, or the sketch, when they gave it to me, I counted it as 2, it should be just 1, because there were 2 roads on it. And so I gave them my feedback based on that.
Right.
And they came back and they said, no, one of those is just a 50-foot easement. And, they had not labeled it. You will see it, in a few minutes.
Okay.
So that should just be 1 for the 1 property.
Gotcha. What do you think the uptick in the lot line revisions? Do you have any guesses, suppositions? I know we don't like to assume.
I don't really like to assume, but I think a lot is due to no longer having to go to the health department. To change, to get it approved, if they do a lot line revision.
That's my fear.
There is a plat in the works that was submitted last December,
Okay.
November, December. I tried to get them to wait until January, and they wouldn't have to go to the health department. And, they didn't want to, so, they submitted it in January, it went to the health department, it is still at the health department. And that gentleman calls me at least once every other week and asks me about it, and unfortunately, I don't have any answers for him.
He's got
It's-
to call the health
that's what
department.
that's what I mentioned to him.
Yeah.
But if they had waited until January, they would have had a plat approved in January.
Right.
Yeah.
But that was their decision, so.
Right.
But I think a lot of it is the lot line, the doing away with the pre-perk.
Gotcha. Right.
And, and no longer having to survey the remainder of a property, has been a big thing. Some people were waiting for that.
Yeah.
Not having to survey the remainder.
A
Just
lot
what they wanted to
there's
sell.
several of them been waiting on that.
For the 6-month review here, have you received any comments, complaints, or anything that you think needs to be looked at or readdressed moving forward?
Well, yes, there is another document, that I, gave to you all, and that with comments on it, and we'll go through that. I will say probably the biggest complaint that I have had is having to name the driveway when there's 3 lots involved. The gentleman that came before you all, I had another one last week. And, there's no addresses on the driveway, and he explained why he was doing it. It was for safety reasons, because his current driveway goes across a runway in Meadows Bend, and I explained to him that I completely understand why he's doing it, but my hands are tied, I cannot give him an exception. He can apply to the planning commission, but by the time he applies for an exception to the planning commission, that would have cost him $500. And if they denied it, he would have still paid the $900 for naming a driveway, so he decided to go with the driveway.
Right.
But that's probably the biggest complaint that I've received, is having to name a driveway.
But it won't be a complaint if somebody has a medical emergency and we need to find them.
Exactly.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, is it?
This one, that did not wanna do it is actually, we'll have to coordinate with Patrick County, because 2 of the lots are in Floyd County, 2 of the lots are in Patrick County. But
I was gonna ask about that, cause we've got one that we're dealing with today.
it's that's the one.
Yeah,
That's
right,
the one, that's the one. But thankfully Brandon works for both.
right, we have the same
And
GIS,
I
right?
had, I talked to the, person who does plats in Patrick County, and they don't have to approve plats if it's over 2 acres. But she told me who I need to talk to about the E911. I emailed him, and he emailed me back, and he had already talked to Brandon and coordinated it so that
any road name will also go into the Patrick County E911 system.
Okay.
Do we have a joint agreement where like if they name one, it would come into ours?
I don't know, that would be a, we do? Oh, Brandon, yeah, Brandon.
So both,
Yeah.
it works both ways,
Correct.
in other words, what I was getting at.
Although correct me if I'm wrong, Danny, when you're out down there, we're going.
Yeah.
Before they are, cause they got nobody.
Right.
Right, okay. So we do need to know.
Right, and also we take into account that they don't have to look at flats over 2 acres.
Right.
So they may not have a road naming requirement where we do.
Mm-hmm.
So they may not ever see a plat where we would say that driveway has to be named. They may not.
Right.
Okay, any questions on this document?
No,
No, it's very informative, thank you.
I do have one, is there any way, and this goes to Danny, and I know lots are created today, they're sold, it may be 3 years before there's actually a house or something put on that lot. Is there any way that, is there a program or something that would give us that information? You know, Carla can't sit there and look at every lot and go back and forth. And Mark can't either. It'd be interesting to see, you know, like these lots are created today, all right? 2 years from now, say there's 49 lots, I think that's what was under the standard. Well, 2 years from now, there's 30 houses built over that time period or whatever. Is there a way to tie that together so we can get maybe a better picture of the housing in-house?
Yeah, I can look in and see what.
I mean, if it, I think it would be good to have that.
Yeah.
I can tell you what Brandon has told us. So when you approve a driveway name, I let him know. He creates it on GIS and then sends it to us. If it doesn't have any address changes, we have asked him to not put it on GIS yet.
Right.
Because there's no driveway there to put up a sign.
Correct.
So we've ordered the sign, we have it, but they're not being put up until someone actually builds. So he's created a layer on his, on GIS that I guess only he can see, that road, that named driveway sits there. So I'm assuming that when they GPS a house and it's using that driveway, he will know that. And then at that time is when it will appear on GIS and addresses will be issued.
Maybe you could coordinate with him, he may have most of the stuff already in there to do this. I just think it'd be good, from my standpoint, it'd help us get a gauge on, maybe a better gauge on the housing market.
Could I ask, are you asking about the number of houses being built or the locations, or what are you asking on the housing?
Well, like here it says, so far we've had 49 standard lots. All right, I know lots are created, they may sit 4 or 5 years before a house is put on it. I was just wondering if there's any way we could track that, let's say we end the year with, say, 70 standard lots. Okay, in 2 years, you know, we kind of lose track of those lots until it hits what you're talking about, and we don't necessarily see that information. I just think it would be good to help track, if we can, how many of those 70 lots in a year from now has houses on it that's been built, or.
Yeah, that shouldn't be hard to get that information.
So on this 125, just to jump off your example, Jerry, so on this 125.8 acreage subdivision with 24 standard lots, where is that? In what district is that? Do you remember?
Well, that's a total for the whole month. That's over the whole county.
Gotcha, okay, that's over the whole county.
I just showed you all the.
Okay, that's a snapshot of everything, got it.
24 total.
Okay.
Yep, so there's 25 lots, with the family.
Right.
came out of that 125.
Got it.
I'm not sure, I don't know, I mean,
Yeah.
we can talk to Brandon, I'm not sure when those lots are created, of course, they don't get created until the plat's recorded, and sometimes they don't record the plats.
Correct.
Even though it's on my report, and you're wondering about it, they never record the plats, so the lots never get created. I don't know a whole lot of that happens, but it does happen.
Yeah.
But how are we going to say, okay, these 49 lots were created in 2026 and in 2028? How are we gonna track if that's had a building permit pulled for it?
I guess that's kinda, yeah, I think that's where the
That's
two
kind
of
of
us
where-
are going.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm
Would that be
just
done
wondering,
through the Department of Inspections on the, when they pull permit to build a house?
they'd have to be able to tie it to these certain parcels, and these parcels don't have tax numbers yet.
Right.
And that doesn't, they don't get assigned a tax map number until the plat is recorded. And then some of them don't get assigned a tax map number or even separated out until a deed is recorded. So somebody can have a plat with 10 lots on it, and if it's just a standard division, they can go record it, and then it should be created by the Commissioner of Revenue. But if it's family lots, they're not gonna record it until that deed's recorded.
Right.
Because you can't convey a family lot to yourself. And so they know over there, you cannot convey a family lot to yourself.
When you're setting up your divisions, you can do it to your children, you can do it to your spouse, but you can't hold a lot, but you can hold the residual lot in your name.
Right, but you can't do the family lot in your exact name.
Right.
Now, if you and your wife own the parcel, you can put it in one of your names.
Right.
And it would, but it still wouldn't be created until that deed is created.
So that deed's recorded.
Yeah. Because it's not a lot until the deed is recorded for that type of division.
Correct. Yeah, I understand on family, but on the
Right.
standard,
Yeah.
on the standard.
Pretty sure that's what
Let's
it
say
is.
I've got 100 acres and I've broke it up into 10 lots or whatever. Well, if I sell a lot to you, then
Right.
that deed's recorded and that lot's created.
Correct.
And once that's in the system,
For standard, the lots are created once the plat is recorded.
right,
Yes, not the deed. They may not sell that lot for 10 years, but that lot is out there, it's a legally created lot that they can sell.
right, but I can hold, I can hold that plat and I can still sell her a lot off of it without the plat being recorded.
You cannot sell a lot unless that plat has been recorded and that lot is created, then you can't sell it.
In our structure, yes.
Yes, in our structure.
In the clerk's office, unless it's changed, if it's a properly executed deed and it's brought to them, they have to record it.
The deed gets recorded, but
Right.
it's not a legally created lot under those sub.
Under the county's.
Correct.
Right.
In the state's eyes, it's a deeded lot to this person.
Well, that is when
The building inspector.
Lisa Baker
Oh.
catches it. And she says, I see this deed was created and there's no plat.
Right.
And then it becomes an illegal subdivision.
Under our head.
Mhm.
Right.
Yes, they still legally own it, but it's not a creatable lot. I mean, they're not gonna
Under our rule.
create it under GIS. It's not a legal lot.
Under our rules. The state will recognize it as she owns that lot, that parcel, whatever it is, 2 acres, 10 acres,
She'll
whatever.
never be able to do anything with it, like.
Right, because there's no,
Well,
Building,
Ownership
they haven't
building.
been
exists,
taken
but
to
it's not
court
legal.
yet, so we don't know.
Yeah, like she said, ownership exists, but you can't build on it, you can't sell it, you can't do anything with that lot.
and you know there's those out there.
Fix
But I
it.
can take a RV and park on it and live on it.
Yeah, you
You won't get an address.
Who cares?
Talking,
Bill
talking
collector-
off the grid.
Bill collectors can't find you.
So you
Would
got
you
a big
stop
campsite.
giving people ideas,
Off,
Jerry?
off the grid.
You know me, I'm sorry, but no, but
Okay,
Next.
okay. So now, let's move on to the actual, potential changes to the land division ordinance.
Okay.
So I've gone through and I've marked, and in this document, and you all have this document too. Because it's gonna be, can you show the comments on that? I think it shows the comments, because it's a PDF when you scroll. So I've marked things that should be changed, need to be changed, and questions on, do you wanna change it? So the first, I think the first one's gonna be on page 12. Well, maybe not, because that put blank pages in there. Okay. Yeah. Can you make it show the comments on the side?
I had my new
My
one
version
here.
had comments. I don't know how to make it do that. Cause mine just automatically did, where it shows it on the side.
Is that just Adobe Reader?
Yes, the time.
There's just like a reader.
Oh, okay. Well, can you put the, so if you all can see it on yours, if you put your cursor over, say 2-9, it should pop up and say what the comment is.
Where are we?
I didn't print mine out, so I don't.
Okay,
Hold on.
oh, there it is.
where'd you find yours?
I took go back to.
Yeah.
And can you blow that up?
Yeah, that top one, evidently.
Okay, so I can just get
Oh,
it
got
just,
And I apologize, I wasn't, I didn't see this yesterday, so I'm catching up. I apologize.
and what page?
Was this
With everything going on, I didn't.
It's the LD and potential changes
Potential changes.
on page 12.
12.
12, okay. 12 of 95, we don't have far to go, do we?
There we go. Yep.
You got them?
Yeah, they show
Carla,
up.
You have them, or do you wanna, my laptop?
I might need your laptop, because I just marked my book, I didn't print out that thank you.
You want this?
Come on there. Where'd, what did you punch? Did somebody punch for comments to come up?
No, I don't see the comments coming up.
I don't either.
Comments aren't coming up.
They might not be yours.
Yeah.
On your new laptop, they will.
Yay.
Well, if it comes up under yours, why wouldn't it come under theirs? Because it's showing on yours.
She's got full Adobe.
I have the full Adobe.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
We
She's
ain't got- We
special.
haven't, we got new phones, we haven't got any of these yet, right?
Okay,
They're ordered.
They're on the way.
so the question, the question here being under 2-9, approval by the Floyd County E911 coordinator. Those should be two separate points, because both of them could trigger the naming of the driveway. It's not one
It's
thing.
a format, it's just a format.
It's just a formatting thing where at the time of the filing of the preliminary plat that
Yeah.
involves creation of one or more new lots, the agent shall submit the preliminary plat to the E911 coordinator for review. That happens with every plat that creates a lot, so that should just be by itself. So
Okay.
For any plat,
for any plat except for a
leave
lot
that
line
and
revision.
take the other out.
No, this second part says for any plat that involves 3 or more addresses or lots sharing a driveway or right of way, it has to be named.
Correct.
So that one alone itself is a separate item that should be under there.
Right. So not being buried is what you're saying.
Right, they're not the same.
Correct. Because no matter what, if somebody is building something, we need to know about it so that we can give them an E911 address.
So should that be 210 and then the rest change? Is that what you're saying?
No, that should be 1 and 2. So like under 2-9,
There's 1 and 2.
One.
it's
and 2.
1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're not making it any more stringent, we're just identifying, so we should be able to do that without going to public hearing.
Just format,
Yeah, it's format.
It's a formatting change.
I don't have any problem doing the 1 and 2.
I don't either.
Sounds good to me.
Do you think it makes it clearer to people? Is that your feeling?
Yes.
Good. Okay.
Because
Whoa.
It looks like it's all together.
Oh, okay.
it does look like it's all together, and the comments that I've gotten about having to name the driveway is that I'm not creating a lot. They're doing lot line revisions. In the planning world, when you change your property lines, you're re-subdividing and you're changing your lots. It's a new lot.
Right.
People don't see it that way. So they catch on to that one lot, a lot is created, and they say, well, I'm not creating a lot. So I shouldn't have to name my driveway.
Got it.
So they need to be separate and succinct.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's-
So the next one, I'm just gonna click on it and it'll take me to it, is on page
Okay.
16.
Page 16.
Right.
Road.
Road standards. This particular section is in the large lot division. And the way that we have it, it says, no road construction is required for rights of way in the large lot division. However, platted vehicular access must be practicable and not merely for purposes of circumventing the ordinance. My question is, should that standard also apply to family subdivisions? Being the case that we allow accesses to say discontinued roads, as long as they have the width. And they can serve as the easement. But we know in our county, and I'm learning more and more, that if you go to the next page, that's what a lot of discontinued roads look like.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I can't get,
What page you
She's on page 17.
17 and 18. So one is showing part of the road that, a portion of a discontinued road that could be used as an access easement, even
Right.
for a large lot.
Right.
But if you go to the next page, it shows you from that page. That's looking from Thomas Farm Road. So that's your connection to a state maintained road. But there's no way that you can, it's not practicable to build that easement. So and for large lots, we don't allow that merely for creating the lot. You have to be able to practically
Navigate it.
or construct it.
Correct.
And we have a lot that I'm still identifying, and will have to be another conversation with you all, and having identified on GIS under the staff layer what's abandoned, what's discontinued, so that we're not always relying on VDOT.
Right. And so your question is, do we require this on families, large lot?
So it's already required for large lot.
Right.
A large lot wouldn't be able to use this because it's discontinued road. Discontinued roads are thought to be 30 feet wide.
Right.
And so it doesn't have a 50-foot easement. Large lots could not use that, but families could. Just as because there's nothing to, prevent that, but we know they can't access it that way. So do you all want to consider
Repeat that, you know that they what?
they cannot access their property that way? They may not have road frontage. And so with the family, they don't have road frontage, they can do a 20-foot easement. But if their easement is leading to this, and this is what they're using as their easement, do you all want to allow that? To continue to allow that?
There is a right of way through with that picture. And it can be opened up, and I don't know if it's feasible, but it could be opened up.
Well, it's a discontinued road, so the county would have to not open it up and maintain it, but the county would have to give permission for that to become a road
opened
again.
up. Which, is there a reason we wouldn't? I mean, if you got, actually, as long as the minimum, well, the family division connected to the right of way has to be a minimum, it has to be 20 feet. We can't require any more,
That's
but
right.
we've got that as a minimum,
Right.
20 feet.
Right.
And it really doesn't matter if that right of way there's 30 feet or 20 feet. As long as it's, because we don't, you see, we're regulating the family division road, not the discontinued road.
Right. I will say, this is a prime example as to why we don't discontinue roads.
Well, I know a lot of discontinued roads that are wide open,
I know, but
and
many
they're
of them
fine.
aren't.
The majority of them that I have come across, and as I created that database based on
Right.
information that I had, and as I'm going through and seeing plats, I'm also having GIS updated. There's no road there. I mean, it's completely forested. And you can tell when you're doing it on GIS,
But there's no road.
there is no road.
I mean, every once in a while you can see it, if it's in the fall,
Right.
and you take no leaves, you can sort of see
Well,
the
I
road.
understand,
Yeah.
but
I mean, we look at it all the time.
I'm doing, well,
So it would, I guess the question you're saying is, if we're doing this for a large lot subdivision, shouldn't we also apply this to the family?
Yes, my question is, should we, not shouldn't we?
Yeah,
But
should we? Right, that's what I said, yeah,
Yeah, okay.
should we do that? So meaning it has to be, you have to be able to somehow circumvent the property. You have to be able to get on it and move around your property.
They may have a different access, because we do not control
Right.
how you access your property, even when you have road frontage. As long as you have the road frontage to meet and the width to meet the regulations, we don't,
Right.
how you access it is up to you. But when somebody has no road frontage, and most of the time that is the case with family subdivision, no road frontage.
I know we're very reluctant to do anything for the families in terms of making it more restrictive, but after 3 years, that,
That is, I'm not saying, I can understand doing it for family, but after 3 years, it can be sold. And it's not, at some point in that land's life, it is not gonna belong to family.
that's,
Probably majority true.
I think that's a fair assessment. I think we should.
What do y'all think?
I mean, if these are things that you would like, you know, things like this that would change the ordinance, of course, it would have to go to the planning commission. But,
Public hearing and all.
right, but
Right.
whatever, you know, whatever you decide that that you want to consider it, I can put the documentation together and we can talk about it. And if not, we can just move on.
I don't know, we talked about having these things come up when 6 months in.
Just a quick recap here. So currently, that discontinued road on Thomas Farm would be allowable on the large lot.
No, because it's only 30 feet wide and large lot, you have to have a
30 feet
50-foot easement.
Alright, so on the family then,
It would be allowed, because we only require 20-foot easement.
okay, so that would be allowed.
It would be allowed to
As it
use
currently
that.
stands right now, that would be allowed.
As it currently stands, somebody could divide their property based on being able to use that road.
Well, so the question that we're here for is talking about if we should make it allowable for the large lot,
No, whether,
or we should take it off the books for the family.
no, it's not on the books for the family, it's on the books for the large lot, but do you want to also consider it for family? See, for family, we would allow that, large lot we wouldn't, even if it was, I mean, if it was 50 feet, we would, not allow that. Because it said, the language in here says it has to
Vehicular
be
path.
practically to be constructed.
Right.
But for family, it doesn't have that language.
Well, wait a minute, that 50 feet practically constructed is on the large lot.
Right. No, it's the easement to it's a,
But that right there is a public right of way. Okay, it's been discontinued, but I thought we set that up on the property. So we went back and said that they can do it on a discontinued road as long as it's 50 feet wide.
right. That's the way it's always been. A public road is not publicly maintained. And in order to not have to do the easement, you have to have the frontage on a publicly maintained road. Anything that's not publicly maintained would have to be an easement. It's not, because you can't divide off of it. So even though that road is discontinued, even if it was 50 feet wide, even if it was 50 feet wide, they could
They'd be
do it
denied.
for an easement, but you couldn't do any other kind of, except for family.
How they do an easement on a public right of way?
Because our ordinance says public road is a VDOT maintained road. That's how it's defined. So that is a
It specifically says that if you're going off of, I missed that, or I would have thought that way back when. It specifically says that if you're coming off you can do it on a discontinued road if a discontinued road has 50 foot of right of way.
Well, no, what it says is that for a road, for just a road definition, any, no, it's not right. Road, a road for public passage that is maintained by VDOT. That is how we defined.
So it doesn't matter how wide it is, you couldn't do
Public
it for land, for the large lot. It doesn't matter whether it could be 100-foot swath through there with gravel all over it and you still couldn't do it.
They could for for family subdivisions, they could
I'm
use it now.
talking about large lot.
For a large lot,
couldn't,
if
it wouldn't
that-
matter how big it is.
That's right.
Okay.
Because it says that you have to be able to construct
Come
it
on.
for vehicular traffic.
Okay.
Why is it 50 feet? Why did y'all decide on 50 feet? I mean,
That's
like
what your VDOT standards are.
That's what the VDOT.
Right, and
Duncan's Chapel in front of my house is paved and it ain't but 30-foot right away through the lot.
a lot of roads are that way.
But it's still state maintained, right?
Yeah,
Well, that's the part.
oh, okay.
Right.
But going forward, new public roads have to be 50 feet.
50 feet.
Alright.
So the easement, if you're gonna do a large lot, which could, potentially be divided in the future, if that 50-foot right-of-way is brought up to VDOT standards and taken into the system, it would have to be 50 feet.
So you're saying where they're redoing Firehouse Road now, it has to be 50 foot wide?
It's
It-
grandfathered.
It's an existing road, so it exists the way that it is, but if you're to build a new public road,
It has to be 50 feet.
it has to
I
be
got you
50
now.
feet.
I got you now. Okay.
And
But we also, we separated discontinued roads, private division roads, and public roads out in definitions.
Right.
And so for large lots,
you gotta basically be off a state maintained road.
It's been that way a really long time.
Yeah,
Like, even
it has.
the prior ordinance was like that.
so for the road frontage for a large lot, it says public road frontage is not required. And the public is maintained by VDOT. We've defined that.
Right.
But shall be served by a right of way of at least 50 feet.
Right.
To a public road.
Correct.
Yes,
Road.
to a public road, and we define a right of way as a permanent easement for access or travel unless otherwise noted. So discontinued road, is just that, it's a discontinued road. For family subdivisions, you can use that as your access easement, even if it's not traversable. Large lots, you cannot.
But if that's the only easement they have to it, if they're gonna traverse it, they have to open it up.
But nothing is requiring them to do that, and I think that's your point.
Right, nothing is requiring them to do that, whether they have an easement, any other easement to access their property or not, does not matter. What matters is what they're using to be able to divide their property.
Carla, is your question, is it twofold? Is it, let's say there's the discontinued road, a family subdivision needs to have a 20-foot easement and can use that. Is your question whether the 20-foot easement has to be practical to build? Or
Right.
is your question that the discontinued road has to be practical, or is it both?
The easement, you have a 20-foot easement, so it has to be practical to build for vehicular traffic.
The easement
Within
itself
the
is what you're
easement
asking about.
itself,
So
yeah.
you're just asking about the easement, not about
Because
the
it's,
discontinued.
because it's platted, because it's on the plat.
Yeah.
Right. And if it's on a family subdivision plat, it has to be practicable to.
Yes, right.
To be able to take a vehicle on.
So even, let's say.
It doesn't have to be up to any kind of standard, I mean, it does, but it doesn't have to be
No, it has to be up to your standards.
right, it has to be up to our standards.
20 foot.
Right, a 20-foot.
It doesn't have to be constructed 20 feet wide.
Correct.
It just
But
has to
in
be.
this case, it's a 30-foot right of way, so, that automatically gives them their 20-foot required easement.
You can have a 10-foot road as long as you got a 20-foot right of way.
Right.
Something like that.
Yep, but
So then if somebody came through
With the family.
and, with the family, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what I'm getting hung up here on. But if somebody came through then and cleared that out, of course it's discontinued, so it's still owned by the
Family.
No, it's owned by the county.
Right, it's owned by the county.
It's owned by
the
the
right
county.
of way is owned by the county.
So then, if somebody came through then and, so then do you have a right to clear it out?
Well, there
I mean,
is,
if I own it,
there is a
and it's
process.
discontinued, do I have a right to get it cleared out?
You have to approach the board and request it.
We had one, I can remember, the people wanted to clean out the old road bed. And, we said, go for it.
I know that there's been at least one request since I've been here since 2018. Terry handled all the transportation stuff then, she handled it, but there is, or
So
there
then
was,
if
an application for a request to maintain a discontinued road.
So then if I did that, if I came and got the board to approve it, got it cleaned out,
You'd also have to get, yes, yeah.
But if I just made my path so I could get my pickup truck down through there, then we're okay, right?
That's what I'm saying. It has happened in the past. I know of at least once.
Who
I'm not-
makes, yeah, well, I was gonna say, so in the current process then, who would make the call that that's not vehicular passable?
Practicable.
Or practical from within the county, like who makes that determination? Or how do you even know? Do we go out and take a picture of every?
Is this the imagined right of way or that you're showing here,
Yes.
or is it? Okay, I think maybe the question is not about the public right of way that's discontinued for maintenance. It's about whether the easement coming to that for a family subdivision needs to be buildable. Is it okay if it looks like that? I think is the
So you're
question.
using this
I was
As-
using this as the
You
access.
just
as
wanna rank them
the
up.
way that you're able to subdivide your property. If, you cannot access it that way, but the ordinance right now is going to allow you to do that, even though you can't access it.
Well, under its current condition, but if I chose to, I could. See, that's where we're getting confused. You got the Commerce Farm, we're talking about the easement on the property accessing the
Right.
discontinued road.
Right.
So for the moment,
That don't matter.
separate it.
But it is on the plat. That's the point. It's a platted right of way. It's on the plat.
Yeah, they
Which is
have to
what
show it
we
as being
require.
discontinued.
Right. But we don't require the large lot to do the construction, but we're saying that you can't just, put a zip line in and that's the way you're gonna get into your property. That probably confuses the issue, I'm sorry.
And,
Why not?
this.
What if I wanna ride my horse in there? What if I just wanna, what if I
Well,
just
if
go
all
ride my
you're
horse
doing
all the
is,
time?
riding your horse in,
I don't know,
I don't know.
I
I mean, in
understand.
this case,
Scooter.
it'd be about a mile or a mile and a half.
But
They'd
it
have
does
to
say
clear.
vehicular.
I think the question is just, you have it one way in the new land division ordinance for large lots, that it has to be practical to be able to build on the easement to a road. Do you want that to also be a requirement for the family, or do you wanna keep the
Change
family?
the large to back to where it is like this.
I'm sorry.
That's taking two steps
Finish your
backwards.
thought.
Oh, yeah, the question Carla is posing is, do you want family to be raised to the same standard as large lot? You're asking the question, do you want large lot to just be like family where neither have to do it? So, does that help?
I understand.
Think 15 years from now. That's what we're
We're looking at
contemplating.
a kind of a long-range plan. I mean, it's always a document that needs to be updated and looked at. But you have to look at,
If
20
it-
years down the
Next
road.
10 to 15 years, this thing gonna be changed a half dozen times anyway.
Well, you've got a family division.
Yeah.
You don't have any other way to that property than off of this. I know it's set a generation and whatever, and the family said, we don't want it anymore, we're tired of paying taxes on it, whatever. Or one person is, and they say, I'm gonna bust it up and divide it amongst the children or whatever. We're basically telling them if they don't have any other access to the property, they can't do that.
Well,
And if they go to sell it as a whole, and it doesn't have access from anywhere else, then it's kinda like that one off of, Rock Church Road that was advertised, you have to get your own right of way. Which as it turns out, is not true.
That's correct.
Right.
Because once we figured out where the roads was at, it does, but that's on a discontinued road.
It is a
It
yes,
is.
it is on a discontinued road, even though I've been told that my
I know,
skills are wrong.
I know, I've done the research, I went back and done some more research myself.
It wasn't by the person that emailed you either.
Right, but it's on a discontinued road.
Right.
Which
Alright?
did go all the way out to Route 8, correct?
Eventually.
Well, it was,
That-
yes.
that's in question. You got
Oh.
a 99-year-old man that says you got it reversed, but that don't matter. It still ended up on Route 8, however it was. It was VDOT. I know.
Right.
Right.
So basically you're saying that are you asking to say to do it totally away or that it's only navigable discontinued roads? Because that's two different things.
Well, let me tell you about the, one situation. They all have access to their property, access easements, whatever, even if they don't have road frontage. They may not have 20 feet of access, either the deed doesn't specify how wide the access easement is, or the property owners won't give a 20-foot easement. But they already have a way in and out. They're only using that so they can divide their property. They're still gonna use the other easement to access both properties. They're only doing that so they can meet the requirements of the ordinance.
They're circumventing.
Yeah, but if they only got 10 feet of access and they can't get any more, we do away with this option, then basically they can't divide amongst their family no matter what.
Make that go away. Oh, sure.
I mean, forgive the pun, how far in the weeds do we
I
wanna get?
don't wanna make it harder for family division.
But if it's
I think
platted,
we want our, I think that's part of the thing, we want our kids that grow up here to have a chance to still stay here, and maybe their family will give them an acre or two. I don't wanna make the process harder in that regard.
But using what she said, let's say they don't have a 20-foot access, they've only got a 10-foot access, and that's all they've got. Well, they can't further divide that property under any scenario.
She said they got 20.
The family division requires a 20,
I
right?
know, that's what I'm
Right,
saying.
That's why people who own property across the parkway usually cannot do a family subdivision. Because the parkway only gives them a 10-foot access easement, and they will not up it, and we can't allow them to do a family subdivision.
right. That is correct.
So, I mean, yeah, so currently, if I wanna give my family member an acre, somewhere out wherever, the surveyor's gonna come out there, he's gonna plot off the acre, and he's gotta plat out the 20-foot right of way.
Right.
Even if it's currently through 30 acres worth of forest, he's gotta plat it out. And no road has to be deemed appropriate at that moment, right?
In this case, they only have to plat out the 20-foot easement up to the property line where it touches this road. The plat says this is discontinued road 637, and we know that that's at least a 30-foot right-of-way. They're gonna be able to do that, so they don't have to plat the easement all the way down to Thomas Farm Road. They only have to plat the easement on their property up to the discontinued road.
But the ordinance expressly says a family division can get its access through a discontinued road, right, Carla?
It does?
Right.
Whereas a large lot can't.
Can't do that.
Is this a real case right here? Or is this a real like circumstance?
Could be.
Okay.
I'll have to look into that, cause I don't recall that being in here.
The family?
In the family, yeah. Road frontage access, it just says the same thing, public road frontage not required. Shall be served by a right of way of at least 20 feet in width.
Well, there you go.
So it changed from last time, I didn't catch that change.
I just think, I don't really think this makes it more restrictive. What I see this as is making it more,
Preventive.
Huh?
Preventive.
not preventive, I just think it gives it a bit more, everything is in line with each other, like if we're gonna do, I don't view it as being restrictive. I think it's good practice, best practice,
Best value.
Huh?
Best value.
best,
And
best practice.
some family subdivisions are, as this potential one would be, more than 25 acres. So if it was done as a, it would be a large lot.
Yeah.
This one would probably be 100 and some acres, the new lot.
But it could still be done under the family.
It could still be done under the family with the 20-foot right of way.
And then they have to hold it for, what, 3
3
years?
years.
Just 3 years, yeah.
And the bottom line is,
Looks to
if
me like
you
that's
don't,
the answer to it right there.
yeah,
So look like that's already the answer.
What's that?
What you just said about the 20-foot easement, not restricting them.
Well, I mean, a family subdivision can do more than
Right.
25 acres and do it on a 20-foot easement instead of a 50-foot easement.
Right.
We wouldn't allow it under the 50-foot easement. I mean,
Right,
under the
yeah.
large lot, but we would allow it under the family.
and in 3 years, they then get to do this.
Right.
Right.
Which
And then
is
the
okay.
next person might buy 100 acres and they might divide it up into 5 or 6 family lots, accessing the easement,
And again,
using
it's-
that as an easement,
So then everybody's using this discontinued.
as long as they do it under family.
and again, it's platted on, it's platted, it shows on a plat. That's really what it revolves around, it's on a plat.
I can tell you on the real estate side of things where they would end up then having a problem is down the road when somebody's trying to get title insurance on their property. The title insurance is not gonna, which I know that's a separate argument, but title insurance is not going to give them title insurance because it's a discontinued road that the state's not maintaining. And then the property owners don't have a ownership per se to get together and create a road maintenance agreement.
You're right away.
So that's, the buck would stop there at some point. You build a bunch of houses in there, then nobody can get their title insurance.
But then that's,
But that's that's beyond this.
yeah, but that creates somewhat of a loophole.
Well, and in this case, an attorney advised them that this was the loophole that they could subdivide their property.
To get it subdivided.
Bingo.
Yeah.
But
But there would be an eventual
family.
problem at the end. Yeah, I knew it would come up. So I ran into that many, I run into that every time I try to sell something on Sunflower Road in Montgomery County.
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
Discontinued road, in-state maintenance is here, and then you got like a mile and a half of discontinued that services 30 houses. And it's a problem every time you go try to do something through that,
up Pilot Mountain,
but,
that's what it is.
but that would be I guess back on the person who's
Almost close
doing
to
the
Floyd.
dividing, that would be the problem with trying to do everything through that discontinued section.
So what is it
In
that
terms
you
of due
need for
diligence.
us to do?
I would just like your thoughts or consensus on whether do we keep it like it is, or do you want to consider changing it to where it's matches the large lot, where they have the easement has to be constructed.
So I-
No, we're just
On
trying,
this side of the table, I think you got one to change it and one not to,
So
so.
I would go back just to the things that I was saying out loud, that I think if we granted that 15 years down the road, it could be causing people problems with
it's only
if
3,
access is through that discontinued road.
but I come back, it's only gonna be 3. It's only gonna be 3.
3
3
An
years?
Yeah, 3
attorney-
years, but I'm saying down, yeah,
I understand, but an attorney has said this is your loophole, 3 years.
yeah.
And
So I think we would be doing, if we adjust it, we would prevent somebody down the road
Headaches.
from a problem.
Correct.
Now, I will say that in this case, I knew that this road was not traversable. In most cases, I would know, even if I know that they're discontinued,
Right,
I don't know what I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if it's grown up
right.
or it's not.
Well, there's
Right.
a large part of, like I used that Rock Hill, there's a large part of it that's discontinued, that's traversable.
Do we have a?
So we're now saying that they can't subdivide their land under the,
No, because that's traversable. The road's already constructed.
so if we change this, somebody's gotta go out and physically look at that road to see whether it's traversable or not.
I would just,
Well,
I
think
would
it
say
goes-
no.
We have a drone.
I think it still goes beyond the traversable part, because you're not going to be able to effectively maintain. Like, if we really are thinking about somebody's building, you got several lots and somebody's gonna have different structures, different families out there. There's no way that you're gonna be able to maintain that road because it's discontinued, it's not maintained by anybody. And the only proper way to do it is then to abandon that and then revert it back to the property owner so they can get together and then create a
Do a
road
road
maintenance
maintenance agreement.
So you're focused on the discontinued road part being the issue, not
Yes.
the getting there.
And
If,
another,
if the deal is that it's gotta be accessed by only the discontinued, I think it's gonna be a problem in the future.
this particular road does go through properties. I mean, it's not platted out. It's prescriptive easement, so it goes over it. So I would think that if somebody wanted to cut a road through there, they would have, it might be a publicly accessible road, but I would feel better if they asked all the property owners, that road goes through.
Right.
It's gonna take a lot to bring that up to where you can travel foot. You practically don't have to rebuild the road.
Yeah.
Well,
No.
think of the roadway between Midway over,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, Wildwood.
Oh,
Road.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You can go through there, so all they'd have to do is just upgrade it a little bit. They wouldn't have to cut trees and,
but you've got houses and stuff that's been over there for a
Yeah,
long
no,
time,
yeah.
and I don't know who's keeping it up, but I don't know that they have any agreement, but, it's been
I
kept
think the farmers
traversable.
keeps it up going through there.
I think so
Yeah.
too, but.
Sort of like me on the other end of Towns Road, that's Sunnyside or Sunnydale.
Would it be helpful if we try to bring something back to you that separates these issues out into their different
Yes.
pieces?
Because we just spin
And
the
maybe-
wheels
And
here.
maybe like map something down,
Yeah.
like a,
Some samples of
Right.
maps and stuff, yeah.
I don't think I think I'd be the same way. I think it's important to.
We're on the same page.
Yeah, we are. And it's like we knew that there would be loopholes and we tried very hard to, forecast them or not prevent them, but we tried to work it. We spent so much time on this, discussing it.
Sometimes we overthink it too.
Yeah,
Well, and sometimes you just don't know what's gonna work and what's not until
Sure.
you're actually doing it.
sure. But, yeah. And the attorney says, oh, there's your
Well, we
loophole.
spent enough on number 12, on page 12, and
Okay.
where's the next one?
Can't wait for the next one.
At this point, would it be possible that maybe we, Carla, we can just look at what the next ones are and see if we need illustrations or anything for those to bring back?
Maybe 22 is the next one.
Page
20.
or 20? That's
20,
what I got
20, yeah,
yellow.
page 20, all proposed new private division roads. Section 6, performance bond, if I want POA.
Oh, the page on 20, the, B is just that, I think that language needs to be added to the large lot division, just so all divisions are the same across the board.
Yeah, I
so
agree.
it's uniform.
So what do we have in the large now? It doesn't have this?
Who's the other?
It doesn't have that language about the proposed private division road meeting the applicable minimum road design standards.
So right now, we don't per
Break it
se
into
have
the
a standard.
We don't have those standards in the large lot division.
What do we have there now? Is it just build the road 50 foot wide and
No, if they're gonna build a new private division road, they have to meet section 6.
Right.
And that's what this is saying. That's what this B is saying, but it's not in the large lot. But if they're gonna build a private division road, it's gonna be more than one lot, which would make it a standard division anyway. But just for consistency across the board, having the same language
would
in,
it be looked upon as more restrictive or?
they're gonna have to do it anyway.
Yeah, it's already
No.
there, it's just putting it so that they already, it's like when somebody comes in to read it, I think,
It's in that section.
correct, it's
Right,
in
it's
that
in that
Not that
section.
we're adding it to it.
No, we're
We're
just-
just moving it so that they understand it's in that
We
section.
tried to encapsulate everything in
Okay.
each section.
Right, and we missed this one.
We missed this one.
So B will still stay where it is, but it's also gonna be put
Yeah.
in, yes. So yeah, I
Which they
think
have
that's
to
a,
do anyway.
Which they would have to do anyway.
Correct.
Because they're not gonna build a private division road, but I know that,
right,
Right.
but do they know that
Yeah,
if
so
they're
it's-
reading it?
Right. I was just making sure it's not more restrictive.
I know.
I know,
If it
because we
is,
have
we're
to
back
go,
a
I know,
public
I know,
hearing.
I know. Alright,
So is that one okay to add?
I think so,
Yeah.
I'm in agreement.
Okay, the next one is on page 33.
31, you missed one. However,
Or
oh no, that is 33, I'm sorry, it says 31 on the bottom. However,
Okay, so special lot divisions. It's not the same as what's in my book. so.
special lot division, okay.
So are we looking at the minimum lot size? There's no minimum lot size, if, if it's a special lot. But we say that it has to have a building setback of 25 feet from edge of road. And then all other lots shall have a building setback of 35 feet from the edge of road. But it doesn't mention anything about if it's on a right of way, what the setback would be.
when we say utility lots, can you refresh my memory of
It's up
like
here.
the cemetery?
It's up here.
Oh, okay,
If you go up to special lot division intent.
Public, private utilities.
oh, right,
yeah.
right, okay,
So,
Right.
according to Mark, let's see, should this match all the other division types, which setback is, first I said 25 feet or 60 feet from the center line of the prescriptive easement, which is what it is, it's not if it's from the road, the setback is 60 feet from the center line of the road of the prescriptive easement.
okay,
But we don't have anything about it being a setback if it's on a right of way. Mark says it's 5 feet.
5 feet?
So if they're if they just have a right of way or an easement, the setback is only 5 feet off of the property line.
That's just a building, that's the
For the
building
building,
code.
right.
That's not, yeah.
Right,
I don't think historically we've ever had any setback off of a right of way. It seems pretty complicated to me to try to do anything more than that 5-foot building code.
And we can totally leave it up to the building code,
right,
for the 5 feet. But I do think that, the setback it needs to reflect that it would be 60 feet from the center line of the road if it's a prescriptive easement. Because that's what it is on all other lots.
right.
When you're saying from edge of road, you're talking about a state maintained road?
Yes.
Okay.
So rather than 35 feet, you want it to read 60 feet from the middle?
Well, both of them should say are 60 feet from the center line. of the
Correct.
road. Yeah, prescriptive easement.
Right.
So that's gonna put it,
I mean, I could say that setback is defined as that, but they're gonna say, well, that's not what's written in this specific section.
Correct.
And that's just updating to
vary
what,
depending on the prescriptive easement.
prescriptive easements are, per VDOT are viewed to be 30 feet wide. And so it would be the center line
At
from,
minimum, 30 feet.
they say they're 30 feet wide.
They're saying all their prescriptive easements are only 30 feet.
There's no defined width, and VDOT has told me that prescriptive easements, according to VDOT, are deemed to be 30 feet wide. When they were all taken into the system,
All right, then their
Under the Bird
prescriptive
Act.
easement is center line, if it's 30 feet, center line, that's 15, right?
it's 15 to the yes.
Their prescriptive easement
To the
should
property
end
line.
at 15 feet if the road's in the center of the easement.
Well, as VDOT says, the prescriptive easements move.
Well, I know, but that's what I'm saying, but let's for the moment decide that the road's in the center of it, you got 15 feet each way. So you got the 15 feet plus the 35 is 50
Well,
feet.
it's actually, it ends up being 45
Right,
That's what
for
I'm
the
getting at.
prescriptive easement.
right.
But if I
That's
missed,
the way it's always been.
but did I miss it? Did you say 60 feet from the center line?
60 feet from the center line, which would actually be 45 feet back from the front property line, back from the edge of the road.
Right.
But that's the way that it's been for a long time.
And
That's actually more than it would be in other
what is the-
situations.
What is the need for the additional 10 feet over the 35 feet otherwise?
Carla said, I got nothing.
You see how I'm
Yeah,
looking at it?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just curious why in that instance you need the additional 10 feet and the others you don't. Other than it's always been that way.
yeah, but you know how we like that, not.
Oh, I'm sorry. They don't like that term, it's always been that way.
I know, we don't.
Yeah. It was the agenda, no, right, no.
Use the one, 35 to the other, we ought to reduce the other instead of raising this one.
There it is.
So you're saying we go back
Do you think that this would be better served as
with examples?
Work session.
a work session? Yeah.
No.
No, I'm serious, just
getting
to,
there. I've been sitting here thinking the same thing,
Yeah.
but
We need to, because we've been spinning our wheels all morning.
yeah, I mean, we got some stuff, but I think there's more, the more we progress, I think in the we're fine tuning things, I think it just deserves a little bit more sit down, concentration, have the, and more
I'd
documents.
be leaning toward changing the other one to where it works out with 35 feet versus changing this one to work out with 60.
Yeah.
Because if 35 works in this one, why wouldn't it work in that one?
I will also ask VDOT.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was their,
Well, they want it as far off as possible, I know that.
Would you rather?
They want everything as far away so that they don't have to deal with anything if there's a future expansion of the road. I got that story a long time ago. But they don't always get what they want.
Do you wanna schedule a work session, maybe prior to the next meeting, or something? Or I could throw out dates.
Actually, it makes sense to do it before the meeting. Would you mind the night meeting, or do you wanna do the day meeting?
If it works for Carla's schedule.
Yeah, whatever works for you.
what is the night meeting?
27th maybe?
28th.
Okay.
If it's our regular meeting night, I'll be okay, whatever time.
Yeah,
Okay.
so how many more, I counted what, 3 more? There's a couple of thes and a,
But I think we can revisit for clarity some stuff, you know, like number 12.
yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to see how many more, I mean, I don't think it
Don't
would.
matter how many more we got, we
Yeah, I
can take
gotcha.
so long on one.
Right, good point.
Right. Yeah, I know.
Well, one of them is in the family division, and it's the discussion about whether or not we wanna add those road standards that we've already had
Right.
talked about.
Does that sound, Ladina? Carla, are you able to do that? So I'll put out an email, we'll have a work session prior to the 28th, and just be how
Alright.
much time you want, an hour or 2? So we start at 5?
We need to stay on topic and not
Right.
go over it, over it, over it, over it, over it all the time. We went around the same conversation, I don't know how many times this one.
So we'll start at 5,
Yeah, I
2
think that-
hours,
Okay.
5:30.
5:30, so an hour and a half.
Well, y'all will stop before 7, so it won't be a full hour and a half.
Yeah, maybe we start at 5 and then,
Whatever you think. I would do.
Well, we don't have to stay on topic. We want to have to quit going over the same thing over and over again, so. So at 5,
5 o'clock.
I'm on the 20th.
I'm gonna stay in here for this road name, just in case y'all have questions.
Alrighty. Just so we, don't forget, under, we added, the proposal for environmental services under old business, so that would be next, when you're ready.
I'm ready.
How do you need a word?
Yeah.
I think it was just staff signature, move forward, you know, with the this was on June 23rd, Billy Newcomb's, you know, so I think it says proposal of environmental services for fiscal year 27.
So moved,
Second.
we'll get it rolling.
Call the roll.
All right,
And, what are we doing? Signatures
yes,
and appropriate signatures.
Yeah.
That's what we made a
all right,
motion
on the motion to, move forward with, permission for staff signatures of the proposed environmental services for fiscal year 27 through TRC. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Carla, thank you so much for all that.
Yes.
You're welcome.
I mean, I know it's hard stuff, but we appreciate all your work. And this is what we said was gonna happen in 6 months, so,
Right.
yeah. I mean, yeah, wasn't anything that we didn't know was coming. So thank you.
You ready for the next? So next, sir, is the request to name Shared Drive Justin Helms Way, tax map number 79-56, 79-56B, and Patrick County 4215-1. And I believe that's in Burgess
Joe's.
Fork.
Yeah. Yeah, I finally figured out where the landing strip was at. And after I got hit, I figured it.
Is that the old micrometrics area?
They are right there.
I don't know. I don't know anything about that Meadows and Ann.
Yeah, that's over near
It's right behind,
micrometrics, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any heartburn over it?
Yep.
Alright,
Go for it.
ready for a motion? I'll make the motion to approve the naming of this new road to Jesse, what was it? Justin Helms Way, tax maps 7956, 7956B in Floyd County, and in Patrick County, 4215-1.
I'll second.
All right, on the motion to approve the naming of shared drive to Justin Helms Way, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Really is convenient that Brandon does both counties. I don't know what it would be like if he didn't. Like,
Like it used
does he
to
does Carroll?
I don't know,
I mean,
that would be nice.
yeah,
be. Yeah.
you know, Carroll and all of our bordering. Cause this may come up again.
Oh, it will.
I'm sure it will.
You know, I caught it when I first
Thank
got
you.
on
Frank, thank
board,
you.
Thank you.
and everybody's been doing it for years, hadn't paid no attention. Part of Slate Mont was being taxed in Patrick County.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, no, that's in Floyd.
That is
And
all
they
in
went back
Floyd.
and looked back and said, you're right.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, there's some of that
And that's far away from Patrick.
Yeah.
there's some down your way that's between you,
Yeah, you and I
Montgomery.
have talked about that. Yep, absolutely. There's a parcel that doesn't have any number on it.
Right.
You ready for the next?
It's a little calf part.
Moving on.
All right, next, under new business, it's the fiscal year 27 budget resolution of appropriation. That would be with the same bottom line number as $56,857,738.33.
Looks good.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution and authorize appropriate signatures as presented.
I'll second.
All right. On the motion to approve the fiscal year 27 budget resolution of appropriation as presented, Mr. Booth.
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
Mr. Cox.
Yes.
Mr. Phillips.
Yes.
Mr. Terman.
Yes.
And I just wanna take a moment, just again, to thank your staff, all of you, in particular, both you and Jenny, for the very dedicated service that you provided on this. As the chairman has noted, it was one of the best ones we've ever had.
Thank you. All right, the next on the list, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
If you remember, through the PSA process and going back and forth, and the request was to have the resolution for a procedure. Spoke to Steve, so this is what, mainly Steve, but we came up with. And the last conversation kinda ended with that you guys would look at this. If you didn't have any edits or adjustments, if you still wanted to, we would send it to the town, let them review it, and then it would come back. So that's what's being presented. It's not necessarily approving the resolution today, it's just approving it to send it to the town. Not even approving it, just go ahead and
Let them
by
look at it.
consensus to
Yeah.
look at it and from there.
I thought he did a great job.
Yeah, we were all over the place.
Yeah, back and forth.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Of Levi New, does this resemble
Yes,
what y'all discussed?
Levi? I mean, I feel it is.
Right. He's trying to pull the document up, but he may not be online.
Yeah, I may not even be online. I don't have the flash.
He don't have any of the same documents as me.
Yeah, I don't.
Gotcha.
I'm just getting used to this iPad and there to
Gonna get it.
ordering new ones.
It'd be so much easier.
I don't know where that came from.
Instructions, it seemed like there was something behind this piece.
It was the cord.
Oh, that just
Oh,
broke
the
up.
cord.
It was the cord.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
How you
specific
cut it off?
document are you on
The little
right
button.
Button on the side.
ESA resolution.
Top,
Yes, a resolution.
Here.
ESA resolution.
top button here.
No, I mean just turn the screen off so it ain't on all the time like the other one.
Oh, it is, it always stays like
It
that,
always
the last
stays
that
on.
they had.
Yeah.
Okay,
I ain't had nothing to do with it.
alright,
but then you have to, right,
then,
No, I
passcode.
don't. He
I
goes
think
off.
Danny looked at it earlier, he was gonna get that thing flipped, that Jenny had upside down.
You want to do, yes, right, Jerry?
yeah, that's what
See,
I'm hoping, so.
Mine
but-
comes on and it goes off by itself.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the old
They got a
phone.
setting.
It wants you to. log
Maybe it's in
into
your
the
settings,
word.
mine doesn't
You
ever
have to-
go, I mean, it goes to dark.
You don't have the password for
calls now are recent, where on the old one was
Just
recent,
this morning when
calls is.
I think it just wants you to, re-log into it.
Oh, do you have your?
It would be your
It's got calls.
Microsoft password.
It's got contacts, it's got keypad.
This is a new phone.
Alright, now it
With
says
26.
voicemail. Where's the voicemail at?
Alright, well,
After you hit and then a button comes on.
Oh, there, you gotta go up there.
I've lost complete control of this meeting. We're gonna get back into it.
Well, they were talking,
I
so I
know.
was just getting.
I was entertaining it.
I'll hush. What do you need?
So I just need a consensus that if you guys have reviewed it and are okay with the resolution as presented, to go ahead and send it to the town.
Well,
I
her-
felt it was good. I thought it captured all of what we had discussed. Can't see.
I've got no issues with.
And that's good enough for me.
So
Yep.
go ahead and send it.
To them and see.
Alright.
Yep, see what they say.
Alrighty. Alright, and the next one, we kinda touched on it, Mr. Cox, brought it up this morning when Dr. Cromer was here. That is the resolution for the Board of Supervisors of the County, Virginia, requesting a referendum of local general retail sales tax for school capital projects. They would be up to and no more than 1%. And these are for capital projects. And this is, this resolution is to give the county attorney permission to go ahead and file for the courts, cause it would end up being, on the, November 3rd, I think, general election.
Correct.
And we need to make the public very aware this is not real estate and it does not affect food.
Correct.
There was something else
Food and
besides
medical.
food that they didn't tax, I can't remember what it was.
Say that again, please?
There was something besides food. that
And
they-
medicine,
Yeah, medicine.
Medical.
yeah, medical.
And it's 1%, right?
Up to, yes,
Up to 1%.
correct.
And I believe that it's a sales tax across the board. This is not a meals tax, so no matter what gets sold, no matter where it is,
Yes.
the town is the county.
It's general retail sales tax. I don't know about the town though, because it's, I'm not sure, so I can
I
get
think-
verification.
Yeah,
But I'm not sure, and that's what,
Yeah, I just think we will get a lot of questions as this gets closer to November if it hits the ballot, which I mean, I'm gonna be okay with it, doing that, but
Right.
just so I can educate myself, and I don't need answers today, but between now and November, if we could at least maybe get a ballpark, like, who's gonna know all these numbers? Is this the treasurer, or is this you, or who would know all these sales tax numbers? Like, could we use last year's data and say, well, this is what that figure would look like?
between the commissioner of revenue and the treasurer, we'd be able to do that.
Okay. But if I can sort of just have a ballpark using last year's data.
Absolutely.
exactly, and this
So
is
I know what
for
to tell
school,
somebody, yeah.
school capital.
Improvements, it can repay loans, it can go to actual capital cost.
Paving
It
a
could
parking
be
lot.
bond, loan financing, it could
They
be,
got
We know we need it.
$50,000 for them, they ain't
School
used yet.
bus.
We know we need it. So
Yeah, we do.
I make a motion to approve this, this resolution for the, sales tax referendum to be placed on the ballot.
Second,
it would just be authorizing the clerk, which, you know, for
Proceed.
signature.
right.
Okay. Alright, on the resolution, on the motion to approve the resolution to seek sales tax referendum, Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Terman?
Yes.
Thank you.
Who's the clerk, you?
Yeah.
I've never seen it as clerk.
Uh-huh. It's very,
I know, very Very
very
legalese.
Steve, yes.
very legalese.
Next on is just new business with regards to, we, had the RFP out for the, reassessment. Went through again, same practice in our scoring, and we had 4 this time, normally we have 5, but it's the same scoring team that we've been using. And as you see there were 3 bids, 3 companies, all were on time, all had their business, and then when we started getting down within the checklist, the one that has there was a no performance bond stated in one of them, however, in that I wanna make note, so you have the information, it was a 3 to 6%? It was a 3% increase if a bond was to be required. So that would bring that up another $11 or $12,000, a difference in price as we required a
Right.
performance bond. So bottom line, the team, after going through things, there was things that were left out or on others, and just by best value alone, the team chose Wingate Appraisal to continue our relationship with them.
They've done a fantastic job for years.
And actually, Mr. Wingate, Mike actually delivered RFP
really?
himself.
Cool.
Yeah, which I thought
Nice.
was real nice.
Next time, interview on the floor, because this here overhead's just not getting it.
So you
And
have-
that is less than last, but, and Linda, you mentioned earlier, yes, it was, I was thinking it was $425,500. So this was
Wow, less.
less because of relationship and all the
Sure.
work they did last time,
Yeah,
so they
right.
knew
Didn't
they
leave it
wouldn't
up to
do.
Don to deliver this
Yeah,
time.
right. All right.
That's right.
Cool.
Alright, so
425.
we will go ahead and move forward with that.
Yep, so now I'll take a motion to go in closed session under
Award this, agree to this, don't we?
You guys have historically,
Oh, we already have
what?
agreed to this, to award this contract.
Yeah, you can, yeah, you have, that's what I'm saying, in the past, I didn't put it as an action item, I don't know why,
Probably
but
should be.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, it should be, that's why it's presented.
Okay, I
What the
just wanna
team
make
did.
sure we didn't vote like we did with, the one we had to do earlier.
Yeah, so I would kind of make the motion to go ahead and go with Wingate.
Yeah, I'll make that
Okay.
motion.
I'll second.
Alright, on the motion to go ahead and approve the reassessment RFP, awarding it to Wingate, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
yes.
Thank you.
Now I'll take a motion to go in closed session under 2.23711A1.
So moved.
Second.
Right, came through. Alright, on the motion to go into closed under 2.23711A1, discussion, consideration, interviews, prospective candidates, employment, assignment, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, resignation, or specific public officers, evaluation, discussion, performance. This is, it'll be personnel in general, so for Parks and Rec, and probably one other department, Mrs. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Alright. Give us 1 second, I'll come get you.
He's on.
You're on.
I'll take a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
Second.
That fast enough?
I didn't get.
Alright, and on a motion to come out of closed session, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips.
Yeah.
And Mr. Terman.
Yes. All right, I'll take a motion certifying that we already discussed those things we went in closed session for.
So, you go
So
ahead.
moved. Now you say.
Second.
Alright, on a motion of certification resolution of close, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard and discussed. Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth.
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips.
Yes.
Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Alright,
Do we wanna address what we went in there for? Make a motion to
it's up to you guys.
rethink what,
Is it necessary, or can you just?
No, she has to do it.
You have to,
We have to authorize movement of money from contingency
Mhm.
for the position, but
wouldn't
Then
change the bottom
everything-
line, just make that adjustment.
ever how y'all wanna word
I'll make a, I don't know how we need to work, but I'll make a motion to bring it up so we can get rolling with the discussion or whatever.
well, it'd be a motion to authorize the county administrator to move
The
the
appropriate
appropriate
funds,
amount of funding to recreation to fund a full position versus a
full-time and all the benefits.
What if we just have Jerry make the motion, I'll second it.
whatever
There you
he
go.
said.
whatever. That's
Whatever he
fine.
said.
That's pretty funny.
He said he didn't know it. I was telling him, now told me, but
Yeah, I'll
that's all
second.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, alright, on the motion, for permission for the county admin to move the appropriate funding to support the additional from a part-time to a full-time in Parks and Recreation and all benefits as necessary, that coming from contingency to the Park and Recs department, which does not change the bottom line of the budget. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
I'm gonna vote no.
Mr. Phillips,
I'm gonna vote yes. I think it will work.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Okay,
Now, with that, there's
yes,
certain things that
absolutely.
be,
Oh, I'll make sure of it.
well,
As the old sports fan says, the ball's in his court.
That's
yeah,
right.
it is. Whether he hits a home run or strikes out, it's totally in that.
I got faith in, I think it's in.
Be good. Board time.
Now we're down to board time.
Can I go?
Yeah, cause I got something. on
I wanna remind us that we have got to get somewhere, whether we do it in a workshop or whatever. There are people still waiting on our policies on abandoned road procedures, and we've kept up, we said we was gonna wait till we got the land division ordinance. I used the right term
You
this
sure
time.
did.
Then we were gonna get on it, then we were in the budget, then there's people out there waiting and and I think for all intents and purposes, it'd be good for staff and us to have some kind of policy or something in place. And basically what it is, we want A, B, and C before it hits our table.
Right.
Now, my understanding is we still have to go to public hearing no matter what. Is that what your final thing with Steve was?
No, not necessarily. They can, no, we don't have to.
We do
They
not.
could stop it. However, if the individuals request it
Specifically.
specifically,
But if they just
yes,
ask for us to abandon a road through the normal procedures,
correct.
and they don't specifically ask for a public hearing, we could stop it at any time.
That's correct.
Okay, well, and the reason I'm pushing that, I've sat here with different boards and know that we were not gonna grant an abandonment.
Right.
And then the people went through all this expense, we went through all this expense, we had citizens come and speak that on both sides that were upset when it was all over, and
And you can even have them, if you wanted to put them on the agenda as to not to go to a public hearing because it would not be necessary.
Right.
You can even allow agenda, speak, things of that nature, so people can have a voice if you chose to. That
And
is
we
not-
need to also list out, I think, clearer what we expect, those people that are asking for the road abandonment, we need to be clear on what they need to have up front.
Yeah.
I think it's better for them and better for whoever, not just us, whoever's sitting in this chair 10 years from now.
Yep.
You got it.
So if we could get that ball rolling, I know how things have been, but now that we're kind of back in the swing of things, let's not let that go by the wayside.
Okay. We can do that.
And that was all.
Anybody else?
I was gonna ask, have we made any more progress on the Station 3 fire with RFPs or any of that?
They have, they believe they have located, there was a flashing, they've been diligent to go there every time it rains, climb up top of the roof, inside, do the whole thing. There was a small indication of the flashing was, it did leak through that spot, so they took care of that. They were addressing, so Mark is hopeful, let me put it that way. And they also addressed downstairs, there's different things, that were completed, that would help the aesthetics, so to speak, and some of the cleanup. So when Mark, I think the end of this week, they're gonna go back there, see if there is any issues with it. So no, we didn't put an RFP out yet because they were there consistently just trying to capture where, the challenge was putting out an RFP when you're not sure
Where it's
where's
at.
it coming from.
RFPing about, yeah, right.
So they were
Makes sense.
really honing in and giving the attention to, so we can at least, is it the roof? Okay, then we put out a
Has
roof
all
RFP.
this been communicated to them though?
Yeah.
Station 3, okay, that's all I.
Yeah.
Can I do a follow-up question, not getting into your district, but could we look and see when the last time that roof was completely redone? Because that roof's a little bit different than the other stations.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It is.
And see how old that, because it's been a while.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right there.
And I didn't think about it, we were doing the, buildings down there
Mhm.
and doing the courthouse and stuff. I just completely forgot about that one, or I would have brought it up then.
And Mark's also visited other stations, touch base, make sure, there's attention given there, and like I said, we're gonna get on a calendar.
Yeah, all these
For routine.
other stations, I mean, the reason I'm familiar with them, I helped put them on
Right.
back in the 80s. With these metal roofs and with those type screws, with those washers under them, this, Walter, those washers give out.
Yep.
So we need somebody to look at that, really close.
Okay.
Because, there's lots of things you can do. You can get new screws.
That's what I was getting ready to say, the Willisville Gospel Church up there, that's what was wrong with theirs, it was leaking. And replaced the screws in it and it took care of it.
Right.
So you can go with actually a larger size screw that's got a,
Yeah, usually you go about one size larger, so because you put the same size in, it's apt to back out. But that's usually, on those type roofs, that's usually the most inexpensive way. Now, I've seen people that have went on some of these factories and they caulk around it. Well, that's the worst thing you can do, because that's trapping.
Yep.
But maybe maybe it's due, since 84, maybe it's due to look at some of those washers and, because a lot of that would be a very slow leak that goes into that insulation, you never know it.
you'd be surprised how much a little screw head will leak.
Yeah.
And so, I'm just trying to, since we're talking and we're saying, hey, we're gonna do this stuff, that's part of that we need to look at on, and down at down at check one, because we built that new building on the side of it, and it's got the metal roof too, so, you know, maybe all of them, and I don't know, I never did know the full situation at Willis, but maybe it needs to be looked at too.
Tony and him keeps a
Probably
really
worth
close
it.
eye on that.
I'm sorry, I didn't
It's
know
all
that.
right. Anybody else got anything?
Nope.
I asked Kim to do something for me the other day because I don't go on social media and I don't read all this nonsense that goes on there because I end up getting my blood pressure higher than what it's normally is. But anyway, I got tagged on one particular thing.
Yeah.
And I was reading some of the comments, and a gentleman made the comment on there that he moved into the county 9 years ago. And citizens need to keep an eye on the people that's spending their money. And he said in the 9 years that he'd been here, he hadn't seen us do anything to move the county forward. Smoke come out of my ears, I'm glad we didn't get our burn ban in, it rained, First thing I thought about was the new school up here. What we did for our kids. I looked at us helping Hollingsworth and Voss expand where they could make more jobs here.
Yep.
We got the ACE program for our kids to get college education. We got this bank building without a tax increase. Once we get it renovated, in the near future, Missy and Lisa will be over here downstairs. Our elderly people will be able to come in, pay their taxes, do whatever they need to do without going up a flight of steps or riding the elevator. They'll be on the ground level.
And the drive-through.
And possibly they can do part of their drive-through.
That's right. Yep.
I just got to thinking about all this stuff, and I know that I couldn't remember everything. Y'all can bring up stuff that I probably forgot. When we did this with this building, social services, for the 15 years I've been on the board, Richmond was on our backs to get them more room, We was looking at the fact that we may have to build an administration building and do all this stuff. Well, but getting this building, we was able to give social services that building, which saved a bundle of money. You don't have to spend millions of dollars on a new courthouse. I mean, we've done a lot in these 9 years, and that means not me, it's everybody.
That's right.
But it's been all of us working together with staff and people in the county to accomplish what, we've done. And like I say, I know there's a lot more that we've done that people don't realize or don't stop and look at. And so I'm satisfied with what we're doing. I think we've come a long way.
Yep.
So, if you can think of anything else we've done, I get irritated.
We're gonna put it on a list. Put it on a list.
And I think also, Joe, it's the way we have approached things, not to just look at something for tomorrow or just a month from now. We are trying to not predict, but trying to make decisions that will be sound for 10, 15 years from now. And that's, I think, really important too.
I've said it before, in years past, I'm at the age where anything I do is not really for me. It's for my son and daughter and for their kids and for everybody else's kids. To give them the same opportunities that I had when I was growing up. Maybe better opportunities than what I had, Like Brenda says, I look more to the future from everybody else than I do for myself.
Right.
And I think this needs to be said, this board and previous board, we haven't just jumped in something to do something.
No.
Right.
I mean, we can't be accused of not taking our time and vetting it very well. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's IT stuff or whatever.
Mhm.
I mean, it's
Methodical.
it's been methodical, and I think we've tried to take it where we're looking to the future, but we're trying not to make it so hard on those that are here right now too, you know,
Right,
financially.
right.
I mean, there's a lot of those things, thanks to grants that various departments have done. Even going back, when we refinanced our notes, you know, with the school construction, we were facing a 6 to 8 cent increase. We ended up with 4, 2 one year, 2 the next. You know, it's things like that that we've always looked at. You know, I don't know. I've never been this way, or I hope I've never, but I can't wrap my head around somebody that has to tear somebody down to make themselves feel good.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't say that, I'm on camera, print it, send it to the Floyd print. I just can't wrap my head around that mentality. I just can't.
I've given this county 42 years of service. I don't regret a minute of it. And I hope I can continue. You know, I know I get crucified a lot, but that comes with the territory. Yeah, so, you know.
I started in 78 and been off and on ever since, so. And you better watch out, we'll tell our age in a minute. It's.
When I wake up in the morning, I say, thank you, Lord. Yeah, so. I love what John Kennedy said, Senator Kennedy. He says, I wake up in the mornings wanting to live for Jesus, do my good. But by 10 o'clock, I still want to live for Jesus, but I still want to knock the you know what out of somebody else. You know, but,
When he said it, it didn't go over very well.
and you know, it is, you got to put up with a lot of nonsense. And I understand people, I mean, but the trouble we have is all these here people that sits behind the keyboard and they read something on Facebook and they take it for fact and then they start building to it and they keep adding to it and next thing you know, it's all blowed out of shape.
All they gotta do is ask.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's staff, any of us, any department in this county, if you ask them a question, you'll get an answer.
Yeah.
Now, I won't guarantee you'll like the answer, but I mean, it's been that way all along, so.
Nobody else got anything to get off that before I open my mouth too many times.
Let's move on.
In your correspondence folder, you have the Land Division agent report from Carla. You also have the June monthly tracking sheet from the Department of Social Services, as well as a review of our staff account for June.
And I would like, could Chad come next day meeting?
I'll find out.
Yeah, I'd love to have him come once a quarter.
That's the plan.
Is that it?
Yeah, it's the plan,
Okay,
yeah.
so it wouldn't be until September?
Well,
I don't know when his last, I just, if he has
He
time.
was here during the budgetary process, I think it was
Yeah.
with May.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, so maybe he's due. I was just looking at, I looked at these last night, looked at them again today, and, yeah, there's some things in there that are,
Sure, yeah, we
Yeah.
can make that
and I
happen.
think was even talking about maybe bringing personnel like he used to.
yeah,
And
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
way, you know.
we get to know
Education.
everybody,
Yep.
yeah.
I mean, I sit on that board, Kim does too, we get it in depth, but, you know, when they're talking about a particular program and stuff, it's
you
hard.
can't, right.
But ever since we started doing that, of course, we quit because of the pandemic and whatever. But I got the feeling that all the board members felt like they knew a little more about social services after that.
Right.
Yeah.
And just
Agreed.
and help to understand that agency, because that agency's a tough one to understand.
Yeah.
It is.
That's for sure.
So real quick, I'll go to mine. Danny, do you have that? Are you able to put that up? So we have,
Oh, nice.
this is, okay, we can go there first. So this is repurposing,
Yeah,
from rescue, the ambulance, got the buffalo.
Yeah,
this
I
is
love
the
it.
graphics, and these, the maintenance department will have it, they have, so we gave them, they have 2 ambulance, cause the pickup truck, is pulling the trailer because they also now do the mowing. So each vehicle will be, it'll mimic this.
That's cool.
And then after that, then animal control also will have, get an ambulance, and so for the cost of the vehicle, it's just paying for the graphic to represent us. So it's, I thought it was exciting.
Yeah, definitely, it looks great.
Yeah, they
Looks
did a great
great.
job.
So both of them are gonna be done that way.
Yes, ma'am, and the trailer that they pull the zero
Right.
turn and all that.
Yeah.
Yep,
Great.
I don't know who come up with that, but I love it.
Yeah.
good. Andy Finn.
Yeah, he
and
did a
Reese-
great
and
job.
then I think it's Zach.
That top one looks like it looks like my view from my view.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yep,
It does.
yep, sure does.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then he said, well, we could do the, originally we didn't have the back done. And he was like, well, we could do the back. Jenny and I were like, oh my God, yes, do the back. So we got all excited. It just,
Yeah.
it's just, you know what, it's tasteful, it's respectful, you know,
Yeah.
they'll know,
I
you
mean,
know, people will see it coming. And it's a
maintenance
good
guys,
price for the vehicle.
maintenance guys should be happy now. They've got all kind of little places to
Oh, they
put
are.
stuff.
Yeah,
They
It
don't
was
have
like,
to
yeah,
leave
it was
it.
raining the other day and we were out there and I was just inside and I, you know, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, great.
yep,
But with
It
all the storage and everything, they don't have to leave stuff here and run and get it back and forth.
Yep.
Good
That
deal.
should be good.
Yep, and the same thing we're gonna, with animal control.
Right.
We could take some of the, even some of the shelvings out and put the crates to be able to transport safely.
great idea.
Yeah, so,
Next day meeting, some of our new guys, bring them food and introduce them to us. 'Cause I don't know, but you know, we got,
oh, the reason I didn't do it today is because Mark wasn't here,
right.
and I wanted Mark to be able
Yeah.
to do that in his
You see
department.
the guy with the beard sitting in there? There was a guy sitting in that first office as you come off the elevator.
Yeah, that's Jeremy,
Okay.
that's, yeah, he's the
Alright.
new inspector, yep. But
Well, and
Mark was
also-
off today.
First meeting in August, we can meet the new animal control people too.
Mhm.
I had to, I'm
You did.
sorry, don't throw nothing at me, I had to.
So we had, did I send you the Wasteworks? Okay, we have new, Wasteworks, actually, Jenny, if you would explain a little bit, of the difference.
Yeah, so we have the new software that we installed at the scale house.
Yeah,
So
that's in
professional.
that's in
Yeah.
our computer.
It is.
Very nice.
And Alexis has done a phenomenal job of training. Wasteworks is a great company to work with. They're out of North Carolina,
Mhm.
so they're very accessible too. All she has to do is call them.
Good
And they'll
deal.
return the call within an hour or so.
Nice.
And all the employees down there, really, it's been very successful. So that started, July 1st. And she brings those tickets and the reports because it puts out a daily report of what she's done that day. So it breaks it everything
Ah,
down,
nice.
shipping and tires. So our reporting is gonna become a
There you
lot easier.
There you go.
There you go.
So she brings those tickets up weekly, with the daily reports. And
Good.
then our staff looks at those and kind of reconciles with what she has brought in. That's gonna make reporting for DEQ a lot quicker.
Yeah,
That'd be
man.
nice.
And a lot more accurate.
Yeah, that's great.
She's keeping totals right now on everybody that comes across, whether she charges them or not.
Good.
So that way we can track how much like household trash is coming in, how much recycling is coming
Yeah.
in. We're gonna have a lot more data for you guys.
Good.
So we're excited to see those
Excellent.
at the end of the month. And she's also gonna start invoicing for those.
Mhm.
So the only thing that we have to do, the staff has to do here, will be for the trash collection.
Right.
But everything else will be billed from down there. We just have to stick an envelope and mail it out.
Nice.
You ever notice every time we think about something we want, they're gonna working on it,
Yep.
get up for
Trying.
breakfast to beat them too.
But it just started July 1st, so other
Yeah.
numbers will have to be manually calculated,
Yeah.
so we'll work on
Yeah.
that.
I know that it's a couple days out or 2 weeks, 11 days out, but 4th of July, I just wanted to again give Parks and Rec. I have, and I think we're in a safe time frame now, I have not heard one, nor have I read a negative thing about 4th of July. It was praise,
Yep.
it was the best that's ever been, whether you grew up here or, you transplant, the feedback, vendors, the children's zone, all those things that went into that to make it successful, and of course the finale, the fireworks, they were off the
Well, I
chain.
don't know if it was on purpose or not, but a couple of them went off and you had a smiley face in them. Was that
Yeah.
purpose?
Yeah,
I didn't know if that was,
It blows my mind
Yep.
that somebody could sit around and figure it out.
Yep.
Yeah, I know, isn't
Put
it?
in something
So I
blows
just,
up.
wanted to make sure we said that, cause we haven't had a meeting since then, so. Danny, next, Brian, Danny, and I'm not sure if Dustin completed it yet.
yes,
Yeah, okay. Through emergency management, one of the things that we wanted to get for preparation and is a drone. And, a drone that's gonna be able to help, God forbid, I hope we never have to use it, but be able to help, if we have to go down in areas that are unsafe, find people, go deeper in the woods, while we're searching or whatever that may be. However, with that, unbeknownst to me and quickly educated, was the necessity of, now both of them took I'll be taking it, Jenny will be taking it, took the certification, but Danny in addition had to go to Roanoke and through the federal aviation, take the test. And he is actually the county administrator through emergency management to, now Brian can fly it, but Danny has to be there, so he has to be there. It was, you now can fly a small aircraft if you had to?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, that was the extension.
Pretty much we got the airfield up your
You
part.
got that right.
The other
We
thing
do
is,
not have the money for an aircraft in his budget.
the other thing is like from what I understand, and I think Danny clarified it, that, 70 is like the average passing, but of course, one shot Danny busted through over 90,
Nice. Good
to
job.
represent.
He'll do
Good
better at
question.
recertification,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Very good.
I don't know if the
Grant
sheriff,
funds, by the way.
I don't know if the sheriff's office has a drone operator or not, but has a discussion already been made that we'll be able to
They do,
assist if they
they
need
do
that?
have.
Oh, they do have one, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they've had a couple of them, I think.
Yeah, this will be for emergency management, right?
Correct.
Okay, alright.
So, and then Dustin will take the certification, like I said, Jenny and I, not what Danny did, but just that we're able to in the event. So, very proud.
Yeah.
Joe, Linda, Jenny and I went to the Region 10 meeting, sponsored by VACO for legislative conversation, now I'm tired. I thought it was the first time I've gone, so I thought it was good. Linda spoke on our behalf, and it was funny, what was it, Franklin County went right before us,
Right.
and the list that we had, pretty much, they
Mirrored.
it mirrored, so I do have a copy, I'd like to copy, sir, of the packet that we
you had a-
received.
Yeah, the legislative
Yeah,
copy.
yeah, so,
Thank
it was good, but it's, we're in this New River Valley, very similar issues going on, between really like a budget before, that'd be help, transportation, roads, EMS, school, LCI, a lot of similar things. We have our unique niche issues, but it was good.
Yeah, it was.
Well, you heard me at the VACO meetings, we're in the same boat as Fairfax.
Yep.
Just dollar amounts different.
Right.
I mean, we have the same problem.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta get out of this us and them
Right.
into we.
Well, that's what I
Agreed.
kinda, honed in on.
Yep.
We're all in this together.
And-
Yes.
And that's gonna be a big thing
Yep.
year after next for me, is I'm gonna preach it all year long
Yep.
everywhere I
There you
go.
go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Victor came down.
And lastly, Jenny and I have completed, in less than a week, I think, eight interviews, 8 animal control interviews. We have one more this week. Hoping to make at least 2 offers tomorrow and, one more by the end of the week.
Great.
Yeah. Whew. Jenny and I went down there yesterday, so that was more paperwork, got a little more acclimated, making some plans, we're gonna finalize, hours and things of that nature. And we also met, Brian, and, Captain Clemens, we met with them, just to kind of get some input, make sure that how we start this, what do they need from us, relationship wise, moving forward, and just get that. I also emailed the Commonwealth attorney to have that same conversation with him, because there's there'll be a partnership necessary to move forward, and if there's prosecuting or assistance with safety.
Can I ask a question about that? There was a vehicle that was a animal control vehicle. There were 3 of them,
We have,
and we have them.
we have 3 or 2?
Two.
Two, there will be 3 because we're putting the
We're putting
ambulance
that
in.
ambulance in,
Right.
right, so we do have those 2 vehicles.
Yes,
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
and those will be wrapped similar to
Correct,
how we're
got it.
gonna change
They
that
look
one out.
great.
I'm glad you guys like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
great.
I think that's it, right? That's all, folks.
Alright,
That's all, folks.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Motion to adjourn?
second,
Alright, on a motion to adjourn the meeting, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Cook and Book,
yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
That was funny.
Yes.
Yes,